We welcome you back to Sikeston High School, day number 2 of the 2022 SEMO Conference Tournament, and a crowd beginning to fill in for the second slate of opening round games, and it's our 4 versus 5 matchup, as it is the Jackson Indians taking on the home team, the Sikeston Bulldogs. Good evening, everybody. Joe Northern, delighted to have you with us alongside the former longtime Jackson coach, Darren Scott. Darren, you've been in this stage many times before. You know this tournament probably better than anybody in this room. We talked about this earlier, too. There's no better early season stage than this tournament.
No, and then for some reason I'm sitting here, I feel really relaxed. Like, that's a different feeling. But no, I think, the SEMO Conference is so tough. You've got so many teams ranked, state championships, in different classes. So for all of the coaches, and of course, they do the seeding, but in high school basketball, it's really hard to tell, like, how much kids have changed, like who's going to be what. So the seedings are always a little, I'm not saying they're off, but, you can't guarantee that those are going to be up to date or they're going to, fit really well. But every team is going to leave here with the chance to know that they got really tested. They're going to know what they're good at. They're going to know where they need to go. And I think that's something great for coaches to take. And you got that film to watch. And now you can, put a little game plan in of what we need to keep and what we need to change and what we need to tweak.
And that is exactly what these two teams are going to be looking to do tonight. Jackson coming off the win over Fort Zumwalt North, on Friday, 74-26. The first-year head coach Corey Toma really saying that leadership is a strength, quality depth is a strength, and 6 seniors and 5 juniors on this varsity roster. You've obviously had a chance to see these guys develop over time. What can you expect from this Jackson team tonight?
Yeah, he's got some good kids that. And you've got some kids who are now seniors who have played varsity for about 3 years. Clayton for 4. Got some juniors who have played 2 years, or 3 years of varsity. So I got some experience. I know the kids worked hard off the off season trying to work and get better. They like each other. They'll share the basketball, and they're going to play really hard. That's the thing about this group. I think they're going to play really hard.
That they are, and they're taking on against a battle-tested Sikeston team going 2-1 in the DeSoto City of Fountains Classic, getting 2 wins in that tournament, but dropping to Cape Central, but in a close one, 84-71, and really a team that is young, depth, and is very hungry to get things done in this tournament.
Yeah, they've got Don Trez is back. He's the one kid that can score. But, and then they've got some other kids. Sorokas played last year who can really, really shoot the basketball. They got a lot of other young kids, that are playing. And then, they've got Trace Sadler, who was about 6'5" or 6 last year. Now he's 6'10". So I'm sure he's still growing into his body. But, he's going to keep getting better as the year goes on. So it's exciting to watch him play.
It is. 4 players for the Bulldogs in double digits. Williams with 22, Wiggins with 16, and McCray with 11 in the loss to the Tigers on Saturday night. It's another opening night slate here at the Fieldhouse in Sikeston. Let's set you up for the other matchups that we'll have this evening. Jackson and Sikeston coming up at the bottom of the hour. Coming up at 7 p.m., it'll be the 1 versus 8 matchup as top-ranked Charleston will be taking on Cape Notre Dame. That is slated for the 7 p.m. game. And then our late game tonight, a matchup that you might have seen quite a bit on the Aycorp Media networks in the past. It'll be number 9 Kennett taking on number 7 Dexter. Darren, I know you've had a chance to watch some of the action last night with really all 3 games in action. What is the one thing that stuck out to you the most?
Well, watching the Dexter Cape game, Cole Nichols is really good. He's fun to watch. Just scores. He's one of those kids, they'll do that stuff, scores at all different levels. But he's the kid that if you don't get out, he knocks down shots from the 3 and a little bit deep. Not on the line. He'll shoot from 2 or 3 feet back. Shoots it extremely confident. So you got to get out. But he's strong, beats you off the dribble. And he doesn't have to get to the rim. He gets that little 12-footer. And I've watched him play for a few years, and I don't know if I've seen him miss a pull-up like little floater. It seems like every one of them goes in. And then around the rim, if he can get to his right hand, he's going to finish around the rim, even on size, which you could see with Cape last night, does a really good job finishing. So he's a really good player. That's a big thing that stuck out to me last night.
And once again, too, with, as you said at the top of the broadcast, you really kind of get a gauge on how these teams are going to be by the end of the week rather than the early in the week. We will step aside for just one moment. We'll be back with the opening tip and the starting lineups right after this. This is the SEMO Conference Tournament on the Aycorp Media Networks.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
Experience the magic of Christmas in the Hollow. An all-new Christmas tradition awaits, where your family can find and take home the perfect tree, ride the train through the Wonderland Christmas lights, and even meet the big man himself. Don't forget to visit the shops for decorations, tasty goodies, or that perfect holiday gift. There's so much to do and see. It's like a Christmas movie come to life. Christmas in the Hollow at Pumpkin Hollow. For more information, visit pumpkinhollow.com.
As we are getting underway here at the Fieldhouse, game number 1 of 3 here tonight. The 4-5 matchup between Jackson and Sikeston. Let's go ahead and meet tonight's starting lineups. First, for the Jackson Indians, number 2, Cade Winborn, the 6-foot senior, Grant Borgfield, the 6'1" senior, wearing number 3. Judd Thoma, the junior, a 6'4", coming in wearing number 14. Blade Harris, also a 6'4" junior, wearing number 23. And then the leader of this team that we've talked about, Clayton Erst, coming in at 6'8", and the senior for Coach Corey Thoma's squad. His inaugural run at the helm for the SEMO Conference tournaments. And as we meet the home team on the scoreboard, coached by Greg Hollifield, it is the Sikeston Bulldogs. Sikeston coming off a loss to Cape Central on Saturday. Their starting lineups, number 0, Tristan Wiggins. Number 1, Dontrez Williams. Number 2, Chris Artis. Number 3, Trace Sadler. And number 23, LaCarrion McCray. Once again, only 4 seniors on Coach Greg Hollifield's squad this year. He's got a really large core of sophomores that is really primed to set this team up for success down the road. But to start the success, you have to start with some of the early games, and that is what we are going to see here tonight. Crowd beginning to fill up, a sea of red. No matter which team you support, Jackson or Sikeston, you really can't go wrong here in the opening round.
Yeah, as long as you got red on, you're going to fit in somewhere, aren't you?
That you will. The seats also having a shade of red definitely don't hurt either. We're underway, night number 2 here in Sikeston. It's going to be Wiggins to start up at top of the arc. Now inside to Sadler. Sadler looking to set up, but an immediate call to get things going.
Got a little hand check.
Yep, little hand check. That'll be on number 23. That'll be Blaine Harris, his first. You mentioned, too, one of the big players to look out for in Clayton Ernst, and just really the leadership that he's exhibited for so long for this Indian team.
Yeah, he's played a lot of varsity basketball, and he's just a force around the rim. Big kid, likes to be physical. Yeah, and the thing tonight we're going to see is both teams, I think, will like to press. I know Jackson pressed Fort North quite a bit. Obviously, Sikeston's going to press a lot. So handling pressure and attacking and finishing at the rim will be important. Right?
And clearly the pressure is on. The block coming in from number 3, the 6'10" sophomore, Trace Sadler, as he got the leading bucket to get it going, but it'll be Dontrez Williams picking up the foul. So we'll see number 14, Judd Thoma, headed to the line.
Yeah, you get a foul on the 2 key players for both of them. Jackson with Blaine picking up his first foul, and then Dontrez picking up one. So hopefully they can stay out of foul trouble the rest of this quarter.
And of course, once again, you don't want to try to get too much early foul trouble, because that doesn't set you too high for success later on in this game. Yeah. Williams with his first, and a perfect 2 for 2.
Oh,
for Thoma, but
got a little blood.
A little blood. Got to clean that up a little bit. While they are taking care of the blood, actually no, they will not be they'll be taking care of the blood for just one moment. Tonight's game is brought to you by First State Community Bank, locations all across Southeast Missouri. First State Community Bank, a proud supporter of Aycorp Media. Just underway, night number 2. Glad you're with us. Joe Northern, Darren Scott. Our producer, Spencer McGruder, down on court level. So we'll get a foul this time on the Indians, and that'll be on number 14, Judd Toma. His second already to get things going. Both teams playing a little bit of pressure. Bounce pass up to Williams. That is off the mark. And rebound it's from Wiggins. He answers back. And we're going to be seeing a lot of those offensive rebounds to get things going, too.
Yeah, with that one right there, that was a tough finish. Under the rim, went up with a little, trying to force some contact, going up and finishing. That's a tough finish. Good finish by him.
You're going to be seeing a lot of forcible contact, too, between these two teams.
Yeah, both teams are going to play physical. They're really going to rebound is going to be a key thing, like you said.
Jackson trying to counter back. In traffic, gets it out. Finds Harris, can't get it in, but a rebound back in the hands of Borgfield. No. Sikeston trying to get the board, and they do. And the whistle with a little too much contact for Borgfield.
Yeah, good rebound by him, just being scrappy. That's something that Grant will do. You know, he's not looking to score. He loves defense. Going to be scrappy, will rebound. Just a really glue guy, like what some people like to say.
Once again, you got to always have those sticky players that are always going to fill in any void for you no matter what. Sikeston looking to take over, leading by a bucket early in this one. Here's Artis. He's in double team, 2-on-1, and bobbles it away. Great defensive pressure coming from the Indians. Here comes Harris, and stolen away by Williams to answer back, and he does. And Dontrez Williams, he's a guy that's going to make you pay for your mistakes if you take a little too much time. Here's a 2-on-1 spin, gets it up and in, and a good finish from Clayton Ernst. And we mentioned he's going to be a guy that's going to have to try to get things done for Jackson and taking advantage of his size in traffic.
Yeah, and Grant Borgfield did a good job. He was in the middle of their zone. You know, in Sikeston, a lot of times, though, if that guy gets it, they really chase him from behind. And Grant did a good job being aggressive, brought the guy to him in a 2-on-1 situation, dropped it off to Clayton and let him finish, and then they got a foul. Nice play.
They're looking for the three-point play. Ernst to make it happen, and he does. 1-point game could be one of those games where last possession can be the deciding factor in this one. Still just 2 minutes in. Sikeston in the home whites with black and red trim. Jackson in the red uniforms as Wiggins is off the mark on the three. And we'll get that floated out of play, and a substitution coming in for Greg Hollifield's team. Kobe Thomas, the freshman, as we notice once again, getting your freshman key players that you know are going to make an impact at a young age really sets the tone for their development down the road.
Yeah, and you know, and in this case, coming in, hopefully maybe you can make a play, but you don't have to. You're not forced to have to do too much. Kind of get comfortable, getting the flow of the game is big. Yeah, I've not got to see him play much, so I'm excited to see what he can do tonight.
Likewise. Jump ball that's going to go in possession of the Indians. 5:26 left to go here in the first. Let's get the inbounds pass coming in from Harris. Trying to get some paint guarding. Here's Stutzman.
Yeah, Jackson doing a little high-low, trying to get it to Judd the high post. Good attack by, now that's where Sikeston, the big kid, can make a huge difference for them.
That they can. A high-low, no-go, especially when Trey Sadler's in company. Quickly stolen away this time by Harris. And a quick give and go and an easy up and in for Judd Toma. So the Indians get their first lead of the evening, 7-6 our score, and have a little bit of a run going, a 5-0. And it's stolen away. Great defensive pressure. Give and go to Toma. Off the mark. Back of the hands of Sadler. Sikeston looking to reset the other way.
Yeah, I just missed a step there a little bit. Got a little off balance with missed the layup. Good defensive pressure by Jackson. The hands are really active.
Really trying to force it out. Force it out without getting a whistle at least. Here's Sakaris. Sakaris now to Sadler. The three for Sakaris. That is off and short. And the Indians now to take it back the other way. Not playing with too much time. It's a shot from Ernst. That is good. Beg your pardon. That's Harris. Harris answering back. Jackson on a 7-0 run here in this first quarter as they lead over the Bulldogs 9-6. We're back in a moment. This is the SEMO Tournament on the Aycorp Media Networks.
First State Bank and Trust is more than just products and services. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by your local First State Bank and Trust to explore all of your financial options. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Jackson on a 7-0 run in this first quarter. They lead over the home team, the Bulldogs, 9-6. 3:44 left to go. Sikeston trying to counter back after a deep Jackson attack. Here's Williams for three. That is going to fall short. Jackson looking to reset and getting exactly what they need, a foul drawn from Sikeston.
Did a good job keeping the ball out of the paint. I like the way they are trying to blitz, kind of trap the ball screen, which has kind of bothered Sikeston so far.
Jackson quickly moving the other way. We're seeing that defensive pressure once again from Sikeston. Here comes Stutzman. Stutzman, pardon me. Here's Toma. Toma out to Harris for three. He answers back. Blaine Harris for three. And it is now a 6-point game in advantage of Jackson. So everything that the Indians have drawn up, at least to take on a high-powered defense from Sikeston, working in their favor so far.
Yeah, in their last two touches, Blaine, that time, you got to penetrate in a kick. Got a good three, knocked it down. The time before, the closeout was tight. He drove it and finished. It was a good job. Good decision-making by him.
Harris with 5 of Jackson's 12 as it stands. Sikeston trying to stop the drought. It'll be off the mark. And a whistle called this time on Jackson. That'll be on Harris, his first, team's fourth.
That's his second.
Or second, pardon me, thank you.
And that's a big one there with 3 minutes to go, like we talked about, getting his second early in the first quarter. Now coach has got to take him out for a little bit, and he's smart enough he'll be able to bring him back in, but it still changes the dynamic a little bit, having that second foul in that first quarter.
Sikeston looking for an opportunity to penetrate. 3 minutes to go here in this first quarter. Wiggins now to Williams. Williams 2-on-1, stolen away by the Indians. That's been Sikeston's Achilles heel. And quick give and goes from Stutzman. 14-6 our score. Jackson on a 12-0 run, potentially 16 here from Holdman, and it is. Jackson shooting on all cylinders. 16-6 our score, 2:31 left to go. We're back in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Are you wanting to spend more time with your family this Christmas, but don't know where to start? December 1st through the 25th, Aycorp Media will be broadcasting 25 days of fun, engaging activities straight from Tana Odell's book, Christmas Together. Each night will contain devotions, cooking, and family fun for you to join in on. To find out more and purchase your copy today, visit our website and join us for each episode in December on Aycorp Media's YouTube and Facebook.
Steven Schneider electrifying the crowd here early in this one as the Indians leading over the Bulldogs 16-6. Jackson on a consistent scoring run. I believe it is a 14-0 run as it stands right now. They're looking to get the clock reset. Jackson coming out of the timeout. And really, once again, we see Sikeston with the big trap defensive pressure, but Jackson picking it apart like clockwork at the moment.
Yeah, they've done a good job getting into the middle and attacking, and then on the flip side, Jackson's run and jump has bothered him. That last time, and the thing that's tough about that run and jump, you don't know when it's coming, which makes it difficult. So that kid kind of puts his head down, tries to beat the guy, then the jump comes. Then Gavin did a really good job rotating there and getting himself a dunk.
Artist to try to answer back. He cannot. Put back from Sadler. That's going to be off the mark. And a jump ball this time going back to the Bulldogs. 16-6 our score. Adler a good presence in the board so far. He's got 5 on the day. Sikeston looking for the points, however. And we'll get another whistle this time on Braden on Braden Toma. That'll be his first, and the 5th team foul. So Jackson already 2 away from helping Sikeston get into the bonus. That's going to be thrown away. And another jump ball. We'll head back to Jackson. You said it from the top, Coach. It's really tough and really pressure-minded play that we've seen from these two teams.
Yeah, Jackson's did a really good job with their gap defense. Every time a guy's drove, he's had to worry about a guy digging at him, just trying to get in that little spot.
And continuing to find those open spots, too. That's Holdman for 3. There's the steal, and another stolen away from McCray. And we'll get a whistle this time. That'll be on Jackson, so that'll be Braden Thomas' 2nd foul in less than a minute.
Yeah, their strength what Jackson have, you have Steven Schneider, you got Cade Winborn, Grant Borgfield, and Braden Toma. Those 4 really guard the ball well. So it allows them to, like in this case, Braden picked up 2 fouls, but they're subbing somebody in that does a really good job guarding the ball, so they can keep that defensive pressure on them.
See if they will continue to hold the pressure. 17 consecutive points from the Indians to start this one. Here's Artis, throws it up, off the mark, fight for the rebound. It's the big fella, Ernst. And he's quick to trap it the other way. Here is Holdman, he answers back and off the head of Sadler. It is a 15-point lead for the Indians. Here's Art. Now out to Williams for the jumper. He can't get it. Sikeston trying to counter with the steal. It goes back in the hands of Schneider, and another slam, back-to-back for Gavin Holdman. Jackson running on all cylinders, leading by 17 with 1:09 to go. We knew that this game was going to be competitive from the start, but Jackson not looking back since the early stages of this first quarter.
No, and then Gavin came in and has done a great job getting out, running the floor, which he's really good. Athletic, long kid, got him 2 dunks, but the biggest thing, he stepped out against that press in that corner, knocked down that shot, kind of extending that defense out, was a good play for him.
That it was. Don't forget, folks, tonight's game is brought to you by First State Community Bank. First State Community Bank, for serving their community with communities all across Southeast Missouri, makes them who they are. Visit a local branch today. Right now, Jackson leading by 17. 1:09 left to go in the first. Currently in the midst of a 21-0 run on the Sikeston Bulldogs.
Yeah, this is a critical time for Sikeston right now. They got a minute left this quarter. They've got to kind of stop the Flames here and see if they can get a couple good looks, get a few stops before they let this get out of hand.
1 minute remaining. Here's Artis. 2-on-1, gets it out, but too many steps. And the pressure getting to number 2, Chris Artis, in the process.
Yeah, Clayton doing a good job stepping out in the ball screen right there, caught him by surprise and forced an extra step on him.
The extra screens not benefiting the Bulldogs. 55 to go. Still back in the hands of Holdman. High shot on the way from Winborn. That's not going to go. Ernst trying to get the rebound off Holdman, and that'll float out of play. Sikeston with a chance to recover with 42.3 left to go.
Clayton did a really good job there using his body, creating some space, going up getting that rebound and then going back up with it. Didn't get the finish, but a really good offensive rebound by him.
Once again, the boards definitely telling the story for these two teams. Currently Ernst with 6, Schneider picking up 2. Sikeston to bring it back the other way, less than 40 to go. Opening quarter here in game 1 of 3 this evening. Here's Art. It's going to be floated out of play, but it'll be last touched by the Indians and Cade Winborn. 30 seconds remaining. Going to be a bounce pass, but going to be off the knees, still sticking with the Bulldogs. Of course, the winner of this one will have the winner of our next game, Charleston at Notre Dame. That'll be immediately preceding. And right now, we've seen a Jackson team just running on all cylinders as it stands. Here's Williams at the top. Williams now to Arndt. Arndt sets back to McCray. A little 2-on-1 pressure, less than 10 to go. Artis trying to get it out with a rollaway. He won't get it. And it'll go back to the Indians again with 4 seconds to go.
Good contest by Gavin right there at the rim, keeping him from getting the layup.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. Winborn have to do something, floats in and out, and that's how this first quarter will end. Jackson, 21 consecutive points, potentially still not done. We head to the second in a moment. This is the SEMO Conference.
At Focus Bank, we believe in really free checking. What does that mean? Well, opening an account requires no more than $25 with no minimum balance requirements or monthly service charges. You'll also have access to online and mobile banking, online bill pay, direct deposits, mobile deposits, automatic payments, e-statements, a nationwide network of ATMs, and an instant issue debit card, all for free. Your first order of checks is on the house, and you'll also receive a complimentary thank you gift. Come visit us in Sikeston, Charleston, Crothersville, or East Prairie. Focus Bank, simple, hassle-free checking that's really free.
We're back here at Sikeston. Jackson scoring 21 consecutive points. The only lead change with Sikeston leading at 1 point, 6-2. It is now 23-6 Jackson. Here in the second quarter, led by Gavin Holdman and 11 points for the Indians. And it looks like the run could potentially continue as Wiggins picked it out of the hands, and the timeout will be called by the Indians. We'll keep it here, Coach. Really, with the first quarter just as dominant as we take a look at some of the numbers here, what was some of the best things you saw?
Yeah, I thought Jackson's pressure bothered Sikeston. Especially in the half court, Sikeston trying to run a little ball screen offense, and Jackson's doing a great job of either blitzing it or hedging it hard, and that was really throwing them off there a little bit. And then I thought they've done a great job with their gap defense. So for Sikeston, they got to find a way to get some stuff going to the rim, and then they're going to try to generate some stuff with their pressure.
Jackson going 9 for 12 to start the first quarter. A stellar 75% to get it moving. Quite a few of those from the three-point arc as well. Bounce pass now coming over to Harris. Just tries to drive it on his own, but gets a little bit of help from Clayton Ernst. And it makes it a 19-point affair in the early stages here of this second quarter. Wiggins to try to break the drought. He won't, but he will draw a foul.
Yeah, they finally got a little penetration, got in the paint, got it up there. They still did a great job contesting, but then they were able to get that offensive rebound because of the penetration and then go back up with a shot.
So it'll be Tristan Wiggins to the line, shooting 2. One of the core sophomores that we've heard about for this Sikeston team. A 6-foot sophomore under Coach Greg Hollifield in his 25th season leading the Bulldogs. Wiggins with the first shot. It is up. Off the mark.
Yeah, Sikeston right now, they just need a shot to go down. They need to see that ball go through the rim, kind of get read-back focus and get something positive going for themselves.
3 for 13, the Bulldogs shot in quarter number 1. They're going to have to look to try to get a few more in the hoop. Wiggins going 0 for 2, and that'll head over to Jackson. So crowd beginning to fill up just a little bit more. 3 games on tap this evening. And we're starting to see the pressure defense from Sikeston rock in once more. 3-on-1 with Winborn. Bounce pass now to Holdman. Sets over now to Harris. Harris back to Holdman at the top of the arc. Gets it out to Winborn. Winborn looking to reset. Ernst. And the foul. Who else but Clayton Ernst? Utilizing his pressure and in traffic and picking up a crucial and 1.
Yeah, they did a great job. Reversed it, got it back to the high post, went high-low, got it down to him, and then finish. Good finish by Clayton, and he got the foul.
So that'll be a foul this time on the Bulldogs. Number 24, Creighton. Sarkaris. That'll be Ernst looking to go for the three-point play. And he does. So Jackson continuing the scoring run, 26 consecutive points. Sikeston still desperately looking for an answer. It's in the hands of McCray. And stolen this time by Winborn. Winborn can't get it. And picked away this time by McCray. So Sikeston looking to move quick. McCray on his own. No. Ernst with the rebound. That's number 8 for him on the boards tonight. Winborn through traffic, but too many steps.
Yeah, tried to draw the big kid, got a good shot fake, and then just drug that pivot foot a little bit. Yep, he was trying to find Gavin following him there. Did a good job seeing it, just went just a little bit, slid that foot just a little bit.
Yep, once again, too many steps will turn it back the other way. Otherwise, could have been 2 more for Winborn. Nonetheless, we play on. Sikeston going right to left. High from our view. Wiggins with the shot.
Yeah, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You can see right here, like we talked about them needing to get a little more penetration. And you can tell, like, Coach Hollifield's told them, like, right there, he knew, like, I'm going to not put my head down, but I'm going to be really aggressive, trying to drive it, try to get to the foul line. They're trying to get to this right here right now, just trying to force a foul, force some penetration, and try to get something going to the rim right now. It's a good job by Coach Hollifield making that adjustment with them.
That he is. It's Tristan Wiggins again at the line. He's 0 for 2. Making 1 for 3 from the charity stripe tonight, and that ends the Sikeston scoring drought, totaling, I want to say, 7 to 8 minutes without any form of scoring. Wiggins going 1 for 2 on the charity trip, and charity stripe trip, we should say. And now here's Toma. Toma trying to get it across the timeline, stolen away from Wiggins. Wiggins caught in a little bit of pressure from Toma and Schneider, but instead will float out of play.
Yeah, he did a good job. He got the steal, and then he tried to split a gap that was not there and lost the ball.
Some great pressure, but just a little bit too much for the Bulldogs. So Jackson taking over. Less than 6 minutes to go. Half number 1. The Indians in control thanks to an explosive first quarter. Putting up 26 consecutive points to get it moving. Here's Schneider. And too many steps from Braden Toma.
Yeah, it took off there before he put the ball on the floor. Sykes did a better job that time in their press of taking away that middle pass. That pass was wide open early. Now they're doing a little job. They were doing a much better job collapsing and getting down in there. Good job by Clayton.
And
nice play.
Ernst once again just hopping in front of Sadler. And now here's Toma looking for 3. Can't get it, falls short. Floated right out of the hands of Harris. So a great look and a great steal coming from the big fella.
Yeah, the most impressive part there was he got his hand on it, was going out of bounds. He tipped it back to Blaine. Then Blaine did a little, like the ball got tipped, knocked it out so he gets it to somebody else. 2 nice plays by both of them.
Just keeping it moving. That's been the motto of what we've seen so far tonight. So that'll be a foul on the floor this time on Jackson. We'll see who they will call that on. That is going to be on Ernst.
Yeah, and once again, they got a little more penetration. They're getting deeper in that paint right now. That full first quarter when that run was happening, Sikeston could not get in that paint, and now they're getting in there just a little bit more.
They're finding a little bit of more open pasture. They have 9, Jackson with 9 team fouls. 1 more, Sikeston will be in the double bonus. But
Sikeston's got to knock down some free throws.
That they do. They've only made 1 tonight. Williams missing on the 1 for 1. We floated out of play. Jackson continuing to keep it moving. 28-7 our score.
Yeah, and I know I said this before, but I feel like we're in that same spot. You know, it's, you know, you got a 21-point lead. There's 5 minutes to go in this quarter. You know, these next few minutes, could this stay above 20, or does Sikeston find a way, you know, to cut back under 20, you know, keep it a little closer? It's going to be a big part of the game here this next 5 minutes, I feel like.
Right, and you really don't want to feel like you're not going all gas, no brakes, but you want to just continue to maintain control without letting loose for just 1 second. As the foul be picked up on Holdman.
Yeah, good attack there by number 23, McCray. That was a nice attack on his part. Did a good job getting into his body, took the contact, then went up with the shot. That was a good job by his part.
Yeah, McCray doing just a great job just to kind of lean in, just try to force and draw it up and just try to give Sikeston an opportunity to claw themselves back into this one. But it'll be McCray missing the first of his free throws. Sikeston currently 1 for 4 tonight from free throw territory. And the second shot is off and blocked away from Holdman. It's gonna just kind of the ball IQ that we've noticed from Jackson tonight, really kind of reading Sikeston's defense and just anything that they've drawn up like a book.
Yeah, and Gavin he's a really quick jumper. You know, like in that case, stayed on the floor, waited for that kid to go up and commit to the shot, and then went up and got a block. It was a really nice block on his part. Now, I will say this, it's a good strategy to attack and get fouled, but I bet coach is going to tell them at halftime, guys, if we attack and get fouled, we're going to have to knock down some of these free throws, or it's not going to work quite as well.
Couldn't agree more. That'll be Dontrez Williams knocking down the first on his front end of free throws. Cuts the lead to 20 as Holdman's got his second foul, and it'll be 2 free throws the rest of the way. It's kind of the old motto in saying, make your free throws, you've always got a chance. And Sikeston now will have an opportunity to, with 4:33 and counting left here in the second. So a 19-point lead.
That's going to be the second, I believe, on Williams there.
That will be the second.
So that next 4:31, that's going to be key for him not to pick up that third foul for them. Losing him would be a huge blow to Sikeston.
That it would be. Actually, on the board, that it'd be McCray with his first from as it stands right now. But, agreed, you don't want to have Williams in deep territory. You do want to have McCray get the steal, however. Looks to take it on his own, 3-on-1. And he drains it in.
Yeah.
But and an offensive foul.
Yeah, Cade Winborn there did a good job sliding in, giving up his body, taking the charge. And that's a big play for him right there.
He had it ready to go. McCray just running through like nobody's traffic, so great sight coming from Winborn to set things up and try to stop the Sikeston momentum. 28-9 our score. Here's Winborn. Sets it now high up top to Harris. Harris can't get it. He floated out of play again. 4:03.
Yeah, that's it. Clayton came up with it, but the ball got knocked out, so Jackson's got a baseline out of bounds play coming up here. Let's see what they got.
See if the paint can be utilized with our
screener. Lane coming out on the double on that backside.
It's a good screen on 2-on-1. Be Winborn to try to get it out, but instead stolen away from McCray. And they're going to lob it across now to find Arndt. Arndt for 3. No. But quickly out of bounds, and just a little bit over the line for Judd Toma. With a 19-point lead, 3:42 to go. Sikeston to inbound, try to get back in it. Toma redeeming himself out of bounds and can't get it on the board, but a nice save from Cade Winborn.
Cade cleaned it up. Good job fouling the play. Judd attacked hard, but he got the finish. That was good.
Always good to have somebody backing you up if you want to take flight. Here's Artis. Artis 2-on-1, bounce. Finds Sadler. Sadler gets it out to Artis. 3:17 left to go. Gets it out to Williams. Williams from downtown drains it in. That's what Sikeston has needed to get back into this game. And Williams with 7 of Sikeston's 12.
Yeah, with Williams, there it is. We talked about that right there.
And now that is the foul that was coming for Williams. That'll be his second, team foul number 7. So both teams free throws the rest of the way. Jackson only in the 1-and-1. Sikeston in the double. So we're going to see how the free throws are going to be playing an impact to at least either A, try to draw Sikeston back into this one, or keep Jackson level.
Yeah, Dontrez, he's a streaky shooter. You know, early he took some, didn't look good, you know, and all of a sudden now that one goes in and he kind of can get streaky. Now the next time down, if he starts feeling it, he can shoot it from deep, which now really puts some pressure on the defense.
That it does. Let's see what Williams can do on his own on the board. Dontrez Williams takes it himself.
Yeah, good pull-up. Grant had a guy trying to take a charge. He did a great job of avoiding contact with the pull-up, which was a good play.
Falls down. Toma to answer back. No.
Oh, what we got?
But it looks like we will have a foul this time on the Bulldogs. and that'll be on Tristan Wiggins, and that'll be his second.
Yeah, Clayton had good position on that backside, and Wiggins was fighting, doing everything he could, and about the only thing he did to keep from Clayton to get that backside rebound was fouling. Probably wasn't a bad foul because I think Clayton was going to finish that if he got that offensive rebound.
So 30-14 our score. It will be Clayton Ernst at the line. Ernst currently with 8 points, 10 rebounds on the night. And going for the 1-and-1. And it's good. 17-point lead for Jackson here in this opening round game. Winner will have a date with preseason Class 3 number 1 Charleston that is slated to start at 7 p.m. Ernst to answer back, 2 for 2. So an 18-point lead for Jackson. Sikeston couldn't answer back. Williams can't answer back. And Jackson to quickly bring it the other way. Would not be surprised if we start to see Sikeston utilizing the 3-ball as much as they could. However, it was not great to them on Saturday night. Only 2 threes, and the 71-84 loss to Cape Central.
Yeah, and that's one of those things early in the season. You know, Creighton shoots it really well. I know he's not made shots, you know, and he's one of those kids in the scouting report you're going to make sure you keep an eye on. Like, you don't want to let him get a good look. But he also, when he gets one to go, that may open the floodgates, and now all of a sudden he's going to feel a lot better and start knocking some down.
Once again, all about the confidence and swagger that you have that can really, when you know it's your night, you can ride that momentum and make it your night.
Yeah, that was a big one right there. They got the block, so Williams going to the line is supposed to be in the charge. That was a big call right there.
That it was. That would be foul number 3 for Borgfield with 2:09 to go here in the first half. But free throws have been an Achilles heel this evening for Sikeston, I believe. 1 for 6 as it stands right now.
Yeah, that's something they're going to have to improve on. They know it. Coach knows it. And right now, if they can just get a few to fall, maybe they start shooting with a little confidence.
Make it 2 for 7. They went 7 for 13 in the previous effort on Saturday night. So 2 minutes and change left here in the second. Jackson going to have to hurry and get it out. And there's that pressure from Sikeston that we talked about too, with 10 seconds. It's Sikeston looking to try to draw level.
Yeah, that was a better turnover. We've said this before, and like a dead ball turnover right now. Now Jackson's back. They're setting up their defense. If a kid freaks out, knows it's getting close, and makes a bad pass and turns it over live, those usually end up in buckets. So that's a better turnover than making a bad pass.
Very true. Artist to answer back, no. And here comes the run and gun. Here's Holdman to answer with a light slam.
Another good job getting out running the floor by Gavin.
Again, we've seen a lot of run and gun tonight from Corey Toma's squad. Here is Williams for 3. Falls short. 1:29 left to go. Winborn going over. We'll get a whistle. And this time it will be on Chris Artist. That'll be his first team foul number 9, and one more. And both teams shooting 2 for the remaining 86 seconds in this one.
Yeah, foul on Artist, another sophomore. Coach Collinfield was not kidding when he said he's going to play quite a few young kids.
Once again, only 4 seniors on this team, and I mean, you take a look really at the starting lineup. 4 of them are indeed sophomores who got this going. We haven't seen too much senior play tonight.
Yeah, you've got Creighton, you know, and Arndt had played a little bit, you know, and they're going to need Creighton to make shots because that's the thing he does. Even if he's not making shots right now, no coach is going to be like, hey, leave him open. He's going to create some space.
Right. You can't assume that just someone is waiting in the wings and is not going to shoot if they've been known to be dominant shooters. 77 seconds to go. Here's McCray. Now over to Wiggins, can't answer.
Yeah, I feel like now Sikeston's kind of fell in love with shooting that 3. They knocked a couple down. They're not attacking like they were.
Again, you can live and die by the 3-ball, but if you rely on it too much, it'll come back to hurt you.
Yeah.
But now they're looking to run it up to Artist. Tries to keep it in, but can't. It'll be last touched by, I believe, number 1, Braden Toma.
Did a good job, though, coming on that breakaway there and getting a hand on that ball and taking away that layup.
Getting the deflection with 50.7 to go here in this opening half. Wiggins at the top. Looking to reset once more. throws it up. It is off the mark. Indians looking to rebound, take it away.
That's a rebound. Went a little quick with the outlets, a little miscommunication. He's trying to get out and attack, trying to get it out fast, and just went a little too fast and threw it out of bounds.
Again, you can only go so quick without not realizing your surroundings at the moment. 37 seconds to go. McCray being a little methodical here. 2-on-1 pressure. Finding Artis with the easy lay-in.
Yeah, good back cut by Artis. Really good job setting it up. The kid was in the passing lane, did a good job with the back cut, good find, good finish.
Artis with his first bucket of the evening. 3-point shot from Holdman that goes in and out. Rebound now to Artis. A 10 stolen by Ernst, and who else for another Jackson slam? It's a 21-point lead, 2 seconds, 1 second. And we'll get a whistle with 7/10 left to go. And a half-court heave that would not have mattered before the whistle comes off.
Yeah, they got that foul there with 1 second left, and that's Braden's third foul. Not a foul he wanted to get.
Nope.
Like to have that back.
So foul trouble could be a story for Jackson coming up in the second half. We'll have the totals for you when we rejoin you at the beginning of the second half. With 7/10 left to go, Sikeston to try to trim the Jackson lead.
And they got a free throw to go.
That they do. Harrison to Arndt. Arndt looking to try to make it a half heaved lead. He does. Toma again to launch it, but goes out of play and in the stands. So that is our score at the half. It was led by a dominant 26-0 run from Jackson, but Sikeston clawing their way back. They trail the Indians by 19. We'll be back just before the second half to get you updated on stats and our thoughts for half number 2 here in this opening round game. You're watching this 2022 SEMO Conference Tournament on the Aycorp Media Networks.
At Focus Bank, we believe in really free checking. What does that mean? Well, opening an account requires no more than $25 with no minimum balance requirements or monthly service charges. You'll also have access to online and mobile banking, online bill pay, direct deposits, mobile deposits, automatic payments, e-statements, a nationwide network of ATMs, and an instant issue debit card, all for free. Your first order of checks is on the house, and you'll also receive a complimentary thank you gift. Come visit us.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
For over 100 years, Stoneville Cotton has helped farmers stay strong and win their growing seasons, delivering protection against key weeds and insects to maximize their yield potential. For more information, visit our website. Stoneville Cotton, own the early.
Experience the magic of Christmas in the Hollow. An all-new Christmas tradition awaits, where your family can find and take home the perfect tree, ride the train through the Wonderland Christmas lights, and even meet the big man himself. Don't forget to visit the shops for decorations, tasty goodies, or that perfect holiday gift. There's so much to do and see. It's like a Christmas movie come to life. Christmas in the Hollow at Pumpkin Hollow. For more information, visit pumpkinhollow.com.
If you feel like you never get the time you need with your insurance agent to find the right coverage, it might be time to make a change. Tyler Miller of Flatland Ag Insurance in Clarkton works to make sure, each and every day, that his clients feel they are taken care of. With years of experience in crop insurance in 4 states, he strives to provide you with the exact coverage you need for your specific situation. For more information, give Tyler a call at 573-276-8044. Here's to another great year.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
Does your business need, literally anything? When we founded CNS Cleaning Supply, our goal was simple. Become a one-stop shop for anything and everything your operation might want. From car care to condiments, mops to markers, soaps to staplers, and everything in between. Which is a lot. CNS has got you covered. Give Delane Beckwith a call at 573-217-0104 or visit cscleaningsupply.com to get set up with, well, literally everything. Tell them Delane sent you.
We're for agriculture. For growers, doers, whatever it takers. We're for doing things with purpose. We're for the little guy with big guy dreams. We're for agriculture. We're for you. Nutrien Ag Solutions, leading the field.
If more than not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots.
Serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are Young.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
First State Bank and Trust is more than just products and services. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by your local First State Bank and Trust to explore all of your financial options. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Juju Promotions in New Madrid is your one-stop shop for all your personalized merchandise. Whether it's screen printing, embroidery, promotional products, heat presses, or decals, we've got something that will suit your needs. So you, your school, or your business will always be looking its best. There's tons to see, from apparel to accessories. So what are you waiting for? Stop into Juju Promotions today in New Madrid, Missouri. And don't forget to like us on Facebook.
Entrusting us with your health care is one of the greatest compliments our patients and the community give us.
Thank you, Dr. McFerrin and the entire team at Southeast Health for getting me back on track.
Thank you, Eric, for placing your trust in our dedicated team. At Southeast Health, we have so many reasons to be grateful to our community and the patients who have chosen to place their trust in us. Southeast Health, always by your side.
Just about to get underway here in half number 2. Jackson leading over the Sikeston Bulldogs 38-19. Welcome you back, Joe Northern with Darren Scott. Darren, it was a dominant first half from Jackson, trailing initially 6-2 and then not looking back with 26 consecutive points.
Yeah, that big run. I thought they'd done a great job with their defensive pressure, getting out and running. In particular, obviously, if you're watching the game, you see Gavin Holman getting out, running out, doing what he's really good at, being long, athletic, running the floor. You know, got some dunks, which was good. But I was really impressed, especially that one stretch. Jackson's gap, on-ball and gap defense was really, really good and caused Sykes in trouble.
That they did. We take a look at some of the team comparisons. Jackson going 14 for 22 in the first half. Sikeston only shooting 6 for 26, 2 for 6 from three-point land, only 1 of 8 for the Bulldogs. 8 of 11 for free throws, 6 for 13 from the charity line for the Bulldogs. Rebounds, however, one thing we talked about too, 21 rebounds for the Indians, only 13 for the Bulldogs. So going to be interesting to see how do they regroup in half number 2, or Sikeston, I should say, regrouping.
Yeah, and these first 3 minutes are going to be very important. You know, what they do in these first 3 minutes are going to be key and critical, how that game starts. You know, and that's kind of what Sikeston wants. We're forcing pressure, we get a steal, now we can get out and transition, not have to go against Jackson's half-court defense, which is a much better scenario for them.
That they do as Artis gets the first bucket, and Williams is looking for more. Williams with the jumper that's going to be off the right. Great pressure coming in from Jackson. Now they're looking to answer back the other way, and cannot, but Toma does.
Good follow. That's twice that's happened. The kid's done a great job. Judd did it that time. It was Cade who did it to Judd. Knew he was going in for that layup, didn't assume he's going to make it, followed it, and got 2 points. That's 4 points right there just by hustle.
And once again, the hustle points and having a wingman for you ready to go. Jackson has taken advantage of that this evening. Here's Williams. 2-on-1, gets it out, and good. So we see Dontrez Williams now starting to make a little bit of extra noise. He's got 12 on the night so far.
Yeah, and if he can get it in that spot a little bit more, because what happens is when he's in that spot, he catches that high post. Now the gaps are a little bit bigger, and he's really good at attacking. So now, you know, that getting in that gap we talked about, and the help side's much harder. It's much easier for him to get to the rim and score.
It's going to be a foul this time on the Bulldogs. That'll be number 1, Dontrez Williams, and there's the third foul that we talked about, going to be crucial, and not ideally wanting to get this early in the second half.
No, it's not something they want. I mean, obviously, if he goes out, that's a huge blow for him. They've got to have him in the game, so he's got to manage this next 6 minutes and play without fouling, because coach really can't take him out. You know, with the score, he can't afford to take him out for a few minutes. He's got to play. He's got to play smart and try to not pick up a silly or a dumb foul.
Be Clayton Ernst again at the line. He goes perfect from the charity stripe, 2 for 2. And extends the lead back to 19. 6:37 left to go here in the third quarter. Glad you're with us. Opening night of the 22 SEMO Conference Tournament. Artis now with a bounce pass over to Wiggins. Wiggins finding some open traffic. It falls short, but another reach in this time. Believe that will be on Ernst. Nope, that'll be on number 23, Blaine Harris.
Blaine, that's his third.
So now we're starting to see kind of foul trouble really starting to pile up for both sides of the ball. You're sitting on the spot once again. You have some players that you necessarily can't take out because of how much they mean to this team and how much they're a part of your overall game plan. But with a 3-foul strategy, how do you kind of shore them up a little bit?
Well, the thing is, you know, some people you've seen, like, they get that third, they take them out fast. Some people don't. I'm not always in favor of taking him out, because the problem is if he's a really good player, you take him out, and you really don't know if he's going to foul, that next 4 minutes. So part of that is a trust with the coach. Can I trust him to not, just do something dumb? You still could get a foul just because you're playing hard just out of the course of the game, but not get one that you're like, yeah, you could have stopped that foul. Whereas in Sikeston's situation with Coach Hollifield in the score right now, I don't think he can afford to take Williams out, just because if he does and all of a sudden they go on a 6-7-0 run, that could be the ball game for the night.
That it very well could be. Hey, folks, don't forget Aycorp Media has been working hard this year on Christmas Together. It's a book by Tana Odell that has turned into a series of episodes all throughout this Advent season for the first 25 days of Christmas that can help your family connect during the Advent season. Never too late to order your book today online at ChristmasTogetherBook.com, and be sure to follow along on Aycorp Media's YouTube and Facebook pages for the rest of the episodes. Those are premiering at 5 o'clock on the Aycorp Media's Facebook, YouTube, and all Aycorp Media affiliates. I know our statistician Luke Carter had an appearance the other night with him and his family, and I think I may or may not have stolen their recipe for my household this week. So
that sounds like a really neat show. That sounds like something everybody should check out.
It is. You can catch up on it now. Sikeston trying to catch back up to Jackson at the moment. Here is Toma, and gets it out now to Harris to answer. But a quick offensive board coming to Boardfield.
Rebound.
Here is Winborn again for 3. Answers right back. So Jackson, not too much on the three-point arc, only 3 for 8 tonight, but definitely take advantage of the steal. Here's Winburn to Toma.
Good front out by him.
John Toma and Winborn. If you talk about a dynamic duo to look out for this season, that's how it appears it's going tonight. So Toma with 8.
Yeah, Sikeston did a good job. You can see their goal. They're going to try to get it in quicker. They did that. He did a good job attacking, and that's where Clayton can be an eraser right there. He got to the rim, got the big 6'8" kid blocked it, and then Judd did a good job getting out quick and running the floor.
Misses on the three-point play. And another whistle back on the Indians, pardon me. And this time that will be on Judd Toma. That'll be his 3rd. And now we are starting to see 3 fouls beginning to pile up. And the goal is really at this point just not necessarily stay the course, but try to not leave any doubt or leave any openings as it stands. Shot is off from Art. Jackson to rebound the other way. It's Art. Toma. Good.
Good finish by Judd.
Judd Toma just continuing to dominate this 3rd quarter too, we should say.
Yeah, he did a great job. The big kid was there contesting. He hesitated, froze him, and then went up and scored. That was a really good finish by Judd.
5:12 left to go. It's been Jackson all evening. They lead by 25. Artis can't answer, and the Indians quickly to toss it the other way. Connecting now is Borgfield. Borgfield, 2-on-1 pressure, gets it up, but off the rim. We'll have an opportunity to add 2 more.
Good decision by Blaine there. Kicked it out, passed up the 3 with the guy running at him, put it on the floor and attacked and got to the rim.
Sarakas picking up the foul. A team foul number 3 for Sikeston. So we'll see the Indians return again to the line. Successful so far this evening. Going 11 for 15 from the charity stripe. As we see number 23, Blaine Harris. And really it's a team that, once again, we've seen what they've been growing up to, playing together for so long, and yet just seeing that all gel together in full form this evening.
Yeah, they've done a great job. And I think, here, and this was a key point right here. Sikeston kind of did some positives, attacked, got a few things, and then Jackson responded. Extended their lead, which I thought was a huge indicator of where they're at as a team.
Once again, responding through adversity and not leaving any doubt or any chance for another opportunity to pull away. That's what the Indians have done well this evening. Doing well on steals, too. Here's Borgfield. Stolen away this time by Sarkaris. And Williams tried to go for the slam, can't get it. But he'll have a chance to return to the line. So it'll be Ernst picking up the foul.
Grant did a good job right there. He was in that gap. That was back to what we talked about when Jackson made their first run. They were driving, Sikeston driving where there was not a gap. And Jackson doing a good job being in that gap, getting some steals, getting their hands on passes. Grant did a good job of that right there.
So once again, we will see Dontrez Williams returning to the line. The free throw stripe, not great for Sikeston this evening. They are now at 50%.
Yeah, because what they start 1 for 6 or 1 for 8?
1 for 8, yep.
Yeah, yep.
To be fair, they did only finish 7 for 13 on Saturday night, so.
Yeah, so that's something they're gonna work on improving that as the year goes on, I can promise you.
Both are good, 24-point lead at advantage of the Indians. Here's Ernst, picked away this time by McCauley. McCauley now up to Harrison Arndt.
Yeah, Sykes did it right there where we talked about they were in the gap. Great job with his hands, digging that, getting a little steal in the deflection.
That's exactly what they're going to be looking for as McCauley sets up top, finds Williams for 3 and falls short, but a nice putback from Morgan McCauley.
Yeah, good rebound by him there.
So Sikeston now trying to trap, trying to force it out as well as they can at this point. Jackson quick on the run. No from Winborn. Now here come the Bulldogs the other way. Here comes Thomas. Thomas gets it out. In and out for Socaris. That'll be a foul this time on the Indians.
That ball might have been all the way down and came back out for him.
It did. It looked like it was about to fall in, but just floated out for a second. That'll be the 4th team foul on the Indians. With a 22-point lead, largest has been 26 tonight. Winner is going to have a date with preseason Class 3 #1 Charleston on Thursday. Here's Williams.
Good block by Clayton. Good help side defense rotating over.
And number 33, Clayton Ernst, just dominating on the blocks this evening. Nearly 5 blocks for the Indians so far. Here's Williams. Williams gets it out to McCauley. Once again, we're starting to see a little bit of that dynamic duo starting to take bloom. Sikeston on a little run of their own. A 6-0 run, we should say. Here's Toma. Toma gets it out. Now finding Schneider. Schneider and a slam from Holdman to try to shut the door a little bit more.
Good finish, got it to the middle, attacked.
And off the mark for Williams. And Jackson looking to reset once more. Sikeston trying to go with a little bit of a 2-on-1 pressure. Here's Toma. Outside to Ernst with an easy spin move up and in. So once again, just taking the opportunities of the miscommunication and missed shots and really getting those defensive boards before anybody else. But Morgan McCauley has been the story. He answers with a 3-point shot. It is a 21-point lead. We're back in 30 seconds. Jackson over Sikeston.
Julep, julep, julep.
If more than not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
Jackson leading by 21, 54-33 our score. As Darren, you and I were talking out of the break, starting to see Morgan McCauley show his own late in this third quarter.
There's a few times like a kid takes a shot and I'm like, oh, I didn't see it coming, and boom, he knocked that down. That was from deep, and he looked confident. No fear, let it go.
Sometimes if you know you got to let it fly, you let it fly. Did not fly for Winborn.
Got a little push there in the back on that weak side. Official, Bobby Gardner caught it.
Yep. So Schneider's going to be picking up the foul. That'll be his second, team foul number 5. But a little bit of a push. Jackson still in control, but we're starting to see signs of life of what this Sikeston team very well could be in their development. And we know that they're a young core that has a long way to go, but when you've got, once again, some of the seniors leaders just trying to show you the way, there's a missed shot coming from the hands of Harrison Art. You know that this core is only just going to continue to get better over time.
Yeah, I would say there's a great chance you're watching them play in January. They're going to be so much better. They'll figure some things out, get better at some stuff. You know, even the free throws we talked about, all that stuff. They're going to continue to improve and get better. When you play that many young kids, they're just going to keep getting better.
That they will. That'll be missed by Applewhite. Jackson quickly to move it the other way. And also, too, just kind of considering the scheduling that most of these teams do, just to go against larger teams to make yourself better whenever it comes time for it to count most later on.
I do think, and some coaches, you don't want to get your kids beat up, but I feel like, if you're asking me, they've got to know where, if you want to be great at the end of the year or be as playing as well as you can, you've got to go against good competition.
That
right?
You do, and you have, once again, just tournaments like this, but then other larger events, too. As Holdman drains it in. I mean, just like this tournament, you have the Christmas tournament in Cape coming up at the end of the month, and then Jackson's got the Lindbergh Flyer coming up a little bit later on this year. It's not an easy road to schedule, high-powered teams, whether they be in or out of state.
No, it's not. And in high school, the thing is, you're trying to do a 2-year cycle. You're trying to figure out how what you need for your team. And all of those things. And sometimes, you may have a team that you'd like to play, but they just can't. The date that you can play doesn't work.
Right.
So now you've got to go to the next thing. And sometimes you're taking games just because that's the game we've got to take, just because we need another game. And this is one of the few teams we can find that will play us on that date.
Right. Scheduling, which is obviously important for everybody involved. And you got to think about your conference games and where everyone else is going to be. Kobe Thomas is trying to get it in the bucket, but he can't. A foul be picked up this time on number 14. Going to be Harrison Arndt picking up the foul for Sikeston, pardon me. And team foul number 7. And we see kind of the scheduling early on this season. I've at least seen it from my neck in the woods in central Missouri, where we have classic after classic after classic, and you've got teams coming in from Wichita and Olathe, and then Quincy, Illinois, and some Chicago area schools, and even Link Academy getting into the schedule as well. I think if you can prime your team up to success and not set up the status quo by getting them in front of the best, it really only makes your team tougher, and it only really makes them, prepared for any what-if scenario they may not have experienced before.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, and when you're in Columbia, you're kind of right in that middle. You're not far from St. Louis, not far from Kansas City. It's, down here, some coaches it can be tough to find some games to schedule just because of travel.
Right. Shot is off the mark this time from Winborn. Toma to re-answer again. He drains it in. Judd Toma with 13 on the night so far. Just an all-dominant performer and just a cornerstone of this team. And a junior we're going to be seeing a lot of this season. So we'll get another whistle this time. On number 11, I believe it'll be Steven Schneider. And that'll be his third, team foul number 6, with Jackson leading by 26, 61-35. Sikeston trying to answer back in the final seconds of this one. Here's Thomas. Thomas now to Wiggins. Wiggins gets it out, finds McCray. McCray looking for open traffic, can't throw it up and in. The rebound coming from Gray, that'll fall short. So 9.1 to go. Credit the hustle that we've seen from both teams this evening. Just Jackson being too fast, too strong, and really just going non-stop for penetration this evening on a Sikeston defense that really likes to pressure you.
Yeah, they've done a great job getting into the middle, attacking that back end, and having their bigs kind of starting that corner. Then when you draw the help, they're diving well, doing a good job getting behind it, getting some good looks.
So we see number 30, Quamarie Gray at the line. Misses his second shot. So Jackson with 7 seconds, 6 seconds, looking to make something happen. Here's the shot from Toma. Floater, can't get it. And that is how this third quarter will end. It's been all Jackson all night as we head to the fourth. 61-36 as we go to the fourth here in this opening game. You're watching the SEMO Conference Tournament on the Aycorp Media Network.
If you feel like you never get the time you need with your insurance agent to find the right coverage, it might be time to make a change. Tyler Miller of Flatland Ag Insurance in Clarkton works to make sure, each and every day, that his clients feel they are taken care of. With years of experience in crop insurance in 4 states, he strives to provide you with the exact coverage you need for your specific situation. For more information, give Tyler a call at 573-276-8044. Here's to another great year.
We're for agriculture, For growers, doers, whatever it takers. We're for doing things with purpose. We're for the little guy with big guy dreams. We're for agriculture. We're for you. Nutrien Ag Solutions, leading the field.
61-36 our score. Jackson in control all evening, thanks to the dominant shooting of Clayton Ernst and Judd Thoma with 16 and 13 respectively. Gavin Holdman, by the way, haven't seen too much of him in the second half, but he's got 17 on the night as well. And Cade Winborn wants to join in the party too. He's traded it from 3, and it is a 28-point lead for the Indians. Just a dominant effort this evening, led by a 26-0 run in the first and early in the second periods. Three-point shot is off. Jackson looking to bring it back the other way. And a little bit of extracurricular activity in the middle.
Yeah, got a little reach in and got a little bit of the hand.
A little bit of the reach in, so that'll be a foul on Williams. So that'll be team foul number 8, and we'll see Jackson returning to the line. Don't forget, folks, coming up next, it will be Charleston taking on Notre Dame, a rematch of a game between these two teams just 4 days ago. That'll be coming up. Currently slated to be at the top of the hour, but we'll have a little bit of a delay since we've had 15 minutes in between games. We'll get you the start time on that as soon as we're done here. Meanwhile, Jackson just has been dominant so far, and it's from the 3 seniors that the 3 star players that we've expected to see in Thoma, Ernst, and Holdman.
Yeah, they've done a great job. Yeah, Holdman, you know, he came off the bench and immediately made an impact, getting out running the floor and getting some easy baskets.
Taking advantage of any Sikeston open gap, any quick toes, just literally taking advantage and reading the defensive play, reading at least their offensive sets this evening has been a strong indicator. There'll be a substitution coming in for the Bulldogs. Trey Sadler returning to play. And an easy up and in from Ernst, and the assist from Harris. 18 for the 6'8" senior tonight. Here's Wiggins. Gets it out now to Sarkaris. That is off the mark, rebounded back by the Indians. So a 30-point lead. We knew that this was going to be a very competitive, potentially high-scoring game here tonight, but it has been all Indians all evening.
Yeah, great performance by the Indians, I felt like, tonight.
And potentially adding more to it. This time it's Blaine Harris for 3. Making it a 33-point lead for Jackson. So going to be interested to see how this team is going to scale up, not only later in this tournament, but also too later on in the season, as they will have a date, very likely, barring a 33-point comeback, against Charleston on Thursday night, and really just kind of looking ahead a little bit to that, just how well they're going to try to compare to one of the top teams in the state.
Yeah, well, at this point, like if they do pick up Charleston, if they beat Notre Dame, the one thing that they have is their inside game. It's going to be tough. And then they've got so many guards that can guard the ball. I know PJ has been out a few. I've not got to see them play, but I know he's missed some. Obviously, if he's back or not, that makes a huge difference for Charleston. You know, because he is a difference maker on how he attacks the basket. But, you know, going into the season, I kind of felt like Jackson, you know, you're going to put Cape and Charleston 1 and 2 with who they've got back and you know, what they've done the past 2 years. You know, you had New Madrid, but I felt like I could have seen Jackson being the 3 seed, you know, being in that spot.
And we've talked about this too as Blaine Harris gets the bucket. And we talk about too is that with the seedings for these coming out November 18th, you've got 2 weeks to see how many games have been played and really how much pressure, you know, can your team hold up and can you live up to the hype? And we've seen teams for the most part do just that, but we're starting to see three-point shot from Kobe Thomas, really starting to see some teams grow into form, possibly not reflective of their seed.
Yeah, and Dexter would be a good example. And what Dexter does so well is they know exactly what they need to do as a team, as a group. And then when you got Cole Nichols who can really make plays, that makes them a tough out. So I'm kind of excited to see them on that. And I know they're going to be on the other side of the bracket now, but what they can do in the consolation bracket.
That they will. Timeout is on the court. We're going to keep it right here. 75-39 our score. Blaine Harris just straining the three. Joe Northern, Darren Scott with you. By the way, Darren's debut on the broadcast. He'll be joining us on Thursday night for the semifinals. You will see this Jackson team taking on either the winner Charleston and Notre Dame, and then the late game, the 2 versus 3 matchup between Cape Central and New Madrid County Central. This is arguably one of the most loaded conferences, slate top to bottom, that we've seen in quite some time, quite frankly.
Yeah, you got some really good players, really good teams, and you would think this year, going undefeated in the SEMO Conference is going to be tough. I mean, you could have a really good year and lose 2 games, possibly even 3, I feel like.
It's going to be interesting to see not only who's going to be holding up the trophy on Friday night, but also who's going to win that regular season title, which we have no idea who will do that until middle to late February, whenever playoff time comes around. There's a steal and an easy lay-in this time for Steven Schneider, and that's his first 2 on the board this evening.
Got the run out, did a good job running the floor, put it in the basket.
So 3:35 and counting. Here's Macaulay, excuse me. Tries to get it up, but instead floating around, and will be a jump balls. The clock continues to run with 3:20 and continuing to run on down. So after this tournament, obviously Jackson taking on the winner of Charleston and Notre Dame on Thursday night. Do have 3 games coming up after that. They'll take on Dexter at the BEC, and then they'll take on Vianney and Farmington, an opportunity for them to really start their season strong before heading into the SC Missouri and Christmas tournament coming up in December.
Yes. Yep. So some really good games. The Vianney team's got a couple kids back. And I've got some young kids that have played well for them early. It's I'll be excited to see how good they are. Coach Wallace's son, I know he scored like 30-something the other night.
Yep,
really,
I think 31 was the final for him.
Yeah, so he shoots it well, so that'll be another good matchup. They'll be well coached. Some good games for him coming up.
That there is. And if it's anything like the performance we've seen today, Jackson fans have a reason to be smiling even more so, as it'll be another shot this time for number 22, Gavin Holdman. Holdman just dominating this evening, I believe with 19 points as it stands. Ernst with 20, just really the 2 towering forces, but has been a team effort this evening as the 3-point play falls short. Doesn't answer back with the second. And Sikeston just trying to draw a little bit closer, trying to find any positive momentum as the clock continues to run here in the 4th. Meanwhile, for the Bulldogs, they'll drop this one. They'll have to play tomorrow night. Would go to 2-2. And they'll be taking on the winner of the late game tonight between Dexter and Kennett. And then after that for them, they've got Kelly, they've got Notre Dame, and then the St. Dominic tournament, which we've known to be quite competitive too.
I don't know who they've got in that this year.
I don't think the seedings for that have come out just yet. I believe those will be released next week or so.
Yeah, St. Dominic has been really good, and then, of course in high school you don't know how many kids they lost, or they have playing some young kids, what they've got back, but they've been a really solid. Coach Roberts, who was at Notre Dame for a while, is now, he's the basketball coach there. And they've had, I think they won their district, I want to say last year and the year before. Had a really good years. He does a really good job.
So going to be interested to see how these 2 teams will move forward, not this week, but in the first quarter of this season. No shot. 52.8, foul's going to be on the floor this time. It'll be on Cole Deck. That'll be his first, team over the limit, at team foul number 9, with 40 seconds remaining here in this one. Jackson going to go up to 2-0 on the season. We'll have a date on Thursday night. Always a bonus too when you have a day of rest, instead of having to go back to back to back. As some tournaments, you do see that back to back to back.
Yeah, or, like when you're Notre Dame situation, or then when you're in that weird seed.
That 8-9 game.
You could end up getting those 4 games. That means you're going to play a lot of games this week.
Although playing 4 games, if you can play 4 games in 4 days and hang tough in all of them, you could be in a worse position.
Yeah, it sets you up well just to know where your team's at. Like we said at the beginning of the broadcast, just knowing, hey, where are we at? Where do we need to be better at? Where do we need to be? All of those things.
Well, we know one thing. Jackson dominating over Sikeston tonight. The final score, 79 to 41, as they'll be taking on the winner of Charleston and Notre Dame. That'll be coming up at about 7:06 as it stands, as we'll take a look at the final numbers for these two teams. Really just a dominant effort. It started off early, and Jackson just never looked back.
No, and what was it, 3 minutes to about 2 minutes in that second quarter where Sikeston didn't score?
Correct.
And when they got buried there, I thought they did a great job sustaining when Sikeston tried to pick it back up, did some things better, cut back into that lead, but then they would always push it back up, especially that third quarter when they came out. Sikeston made a push, did some good things, but then Jackson was able to respond, push their lead back up, and keep the game where it was.
That they did. And also for Sikeston, though, just the thing that just hurt them was just couldn't get any shots to fall early on, just not only with the 26-0 from just Jackson's dominant performance, but shooting has been an issue. We saw it with the free throws. Dontrez Williams finishing with 14, but what is Coach Hollifield and this team going to have to do to regroup?
Yeah, I don't know what Coach wants exactly, but that he made a stretch. We've got to attack the basket. We've got to penetrate. And I felt like that stemmed the tide, and they were attacking much better. They were kind of, doing some positive things. And then this happens in high school all the time. You knock down a couple threes, those kids see it go in, and then they don't attack as well. Now, they start shooting quicker threes, and if those don't go in, that allows the other team to get outrun, attack the basket. So I figure, Coach is going to work hard at figuring out that balance of getting his kids to attack, because Coach always lets them have free reign, and I think you're going to see another game where Creighton's going to knock down some threes. Wiggins is going to knock down threes. They're going to shoot it well at some point, and then when they do, now all of a sudden, they're a much more dangerous team.
That they are. Jackson, however, on the other hand, once again, just a dominant performance from Clayton Ernst, I believe, with 20 points on the evening, and
yeah, he gives you that anchor back there, and especially in this case when he was attacking that back end, he's one of that kids you can throw it to. I felt like he did a really good job at times stepping out, handling the pressure, and then in his playing, he looked so calm and poised, like stepping out, getting the ball, facing up, finding somebody and getting it to him, and that helps those guards so much when Sikeston was trying to pressure him quite a bit.
Gavin Holden, knocking down 19, 5 rebounds. Judd Toma, 13 with 5 rebounds. Easy to say our player of the game is Clayton Ernst with 20 points and 15 rebounds for Jackson. For Sikeston, Dontrez Williams, 14 points and 6 rebounds. So the final score in game number 1, it's Jackson over Sikeston in a rout, 79 to 41. Coach, we will see you on Thursday night for the semifinals. Can't wait to have you back up here.
I'm looking forward to it.
That is the coach, Darren Scott. We will take a little bit of a break and join you just a few minutes before tip-off for our second opening round game of 3 here tonight, as it'll be the Charleston Bluejays taking on the Notre Dame Bulldogs. Until we join you in about 10 minutes or so, Joe Northern saying so long, take a break. We'll rejoin you in just a moment.
Entrusting us with your health care is one of the greatest compliments our patients and the community give us.
Thank you, Dr. McFerrin and the entire team at Southeast Health for getting me back on track.
Thank you, Eric, for placing your trust in our dedicated team. At Southeast Health, we have so many reasons to be grateful to our community and the patients who have chosen to place their trust in us. Southeast Health, always by your side.
Are you wanting to spend more time with your family this Christmas, but don't know where to start? December 1st through the 25th, Aycorp Media will be broadcasting 25 days of fun, engaging activities straight from Tana Odell's book, Christmas Together. Each night will contain devotions, cooking, and family fun for you to join in on. To find out more and purchase your copy today, visit our website and join us for each episode in December on Aycorp Media's YouTube and Facebook.
At Focus Bank, we believe in really free checking. What does that mean? Well, opening an account requires no more than $25 with no minimum balance requirements or monthly service charges. You'll also have access to online and mobile banking, online bill pay, direct deposits, mobile deposits, automatic payments, e-statements, a nationwide network of ATMs, and an instant issue debit card, all for free. Your first order of checks is on the house, and you'll also receive a complimentary thank you gift. Come visit us in Sikeston, Charleston, Crothersville, or East Prairie. Focus Bank, simple, hassle-free checking that's really free.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
For over 100 years, Stoneville Cotton has helped farmers stay strong and win their growing seasons, delivering protection against key weeds and insects to maximize their yield potential. For more information, visit our website. Stoneville Cotton, own the early.
Experience the magic of Christmas in the Hollow. An all-new Christmas tradition awaits, where your family can find and take home the perfect tree, ride the train through the Wonderland Christmas lights, and even meet the big man himself. Don't forget to visit the shops for decorations, tasty goodies, or that perfect holiday gift. There's so much to do and see. It's like a Christmas movie come to life. Christmas in the Hollow at Pumpkin Hollow. For more information, visit pumpkinhollow.com.
If you feel like you never get the time you need with your insurance agent to find the right coverage, it might be time to make a change. Tyler Miller of Flatland Ag Insurance in Clarkton works to make sure, each and every day, that his clients feel they are taken care of. With years of experience in crop insurance in 4 states, he strives to provide you with the exact coverage you need for your specific situation. For more information, give Tyler a call at 573-276-8044. Here's to another great year.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
Does your business need, literally anything? When we founded CNS Cleaning Supply, our goal was simple. Become a one-stop shop for anything and everything your operation might want. From car care to condiments, mops to markers, soaps to staplers, and everything in between. Which is a lot. CNS has got you covered. Give Delane Beckwith a call at 573-217-0104 or visit cscleaningsupply.com to get set up with, well, literally everything. Tell them Delane sent you.
We're for agriculture. For growers, doers, whatever it takers. We're for doing things with purpose. We're for the little guy with big guy dreams. We're for agriculture. We're for you. Nutrien Ag Solutions, leading the field.
julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 woo.
If more than not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots, serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
Welcome back to Sikeston High School, game number 2, night number 2 for this 2022 SEMO Conference tournament. And it's the first time this tournament we see the number 1 ranked Charleston Bluejays take the court, coming in at 3-2 on the season thus far, meeting a familiar opponent. And by familiar, I mean very familiar, in the Notre Dame Bulldogs, as they took the win over Kennett last night, 67-47. Notre Dame and Charleston just playing 4 days ago. So a rematch of sorts, or at least as the old song says, meet the old boss, same as the new boss. Welcome back to the broadcast booth, everyone. Joe Northern, and after 16 years since the last time we've been in the booth, Tommy Jenkins joining me. Tommy, it is so good to finally be back with you.
Been a long time. It makes me just feel old. I was in my second year with, at that time, Channel 21, and I remember that. And sometimes I can't remember what I went in the kitchen for, but I remember things like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I remember that. That was between 2 competitive teams in an opening round of the Bloomfield Christmas Tournament.
Correct.
That'll be coming up in 3 weeks. But let's talk about these 2 teams. And Notre Dame coming off their first win of the season over Kennett last night, 67-47. But yet familiar with the Charleston Bluejays. How is that going to play, at least in their preparation for this game?
Both these teams, as you say, they know each other. They know the style they play. They know the rhythm they play. Charleston is a team you're going to have to get out and guard. And I heard a while ago out in the hall that P.J. Farmer may accidentally get to play tonight. He said, the coach brought my uniform. I don't know if I get in the game, but at least I got my uniform here. But they've got to keep the main 5 or 6 on the court. They're very good players. They play very good disciplined basketball. Notre Dame, I know very little about them. I know they have a history of being a good team.
That they do. They came into this tournament at 0-2. They got the first win of their season over Kennett last night, 67-47. As the teams are being introduced, we like to thank tonight's sponsor, that is Focus Bank. Focus Bank locations all across Southeast Missouri. Visit them for all of your financial needs. As you mentioned, of course, P.J. Farmer, we didn't know if he was going to have a chance to be in this game or not, but that is the rumor. And when you have P.J. Farmer in there, you know crazy things and wild things can happen for Coach Jamarcus Williams and his team.
Yeah, you betcha. He's quite a difference maker. And like I say, they've got some good players on there, and they've got to keep them in the game. And Rico Coleman plays very, very aggressive basketball and a fantastic basketball player. But if you catch the right official that calls everything, he has a tendency to get in foul trouble.
That he does. We'll be interested to see how that will be called this evening as the starting lineups are being introduced for everyone. As currently we see number 22, Latavrion Standback being introduced. Number 30, Orlandis Wiley. Number 43, Rico Coleman, as you mentioned, he's an impact player. Almarion Williams. And didn't see who the last player was. Can tell you Notre Dame's lineup. Number 1, Logan Landaway, the sophomore. Number 2, Greg Dennis, the 6'3" forward guard. Brett Dohan, the 6'3" forward sophomore. Reese Callow, one of the leading scorers for this Bulldog team, coming in at 6'1", senior. And then number 35, Will Morgan, the 6'6", senior forward. So it is going to be interesting to see, once again, these two teams have played against each other. For the Blue Jays, we should mention, Lamarion Williams wearing number 20, Flaterion Standback wearing number 22, Rolandis Wiley wearing number 30, Rico Coleman 43, and Katerion Owens wearing number 45. We are underway in Charleston, wasting no time to get it moving. Here's Williams at the top. Charleston coming in this one at 3-2 on the season. A tough 3-2, we should say.
You bet.
Their last win being over this same Notre Dame squad on Friday night. Back-to-back misses on the hands of Owens. The Bulldogs moving it the other way. Here's Landaway.
You know, by playing earlier last week, they know they're going to have to stay on Rico Coleman. They're going to try to keep the ball out of his hand, but that's a chore in itself.
It is, it is. Just, you know, his athletic ability has just been, you know, a top notch above everybody else, and that is what we've come to expect with Jamarcus Williams and his team. I believe only, what, second, third season in charge of this Blue Jays squad, but yet picking up right where Danny Farmer left off and just continuing to field just excellent teams.
You know, he played for Danny Farmer, and he just brought the tradition right along with him, the way Charleston always plays.
They haven't won this tournament in quite some time, I believe 2007, 2008. They're looking to change that here this week. That's a three-point shot coming from Latavrion Standback to get it going. So we're not seeing too much shooting between these two teams either, just really methodical play and methodical possessions for both squads. You think that's going to play an impact and kind of mess with the Blue Jays a little bit?
I think so. It's definitely Notre Dame's pace.
Charleston looking to disrupt it. Here is Wiley all on his own. We'll get a whistle this time on Notre Dame.
You know, in the game that you guys just completed, I was really impressed with that Jackson Bulldog team.
The Indians were absolutely just one of, really, we saw them come in as that 5 seed, but just, you know, the height and the depth and the ability that this team has is going to be something to reckon with later this week, and going to be a chore for either it be Charleston or Notre Dame, not just on Thursday night, but potentially throughout the regular season.
Correct.
As be 2 missed free throws from the Blue Jays. Landaway to answer back the other way. He can't, but an offensive rebound from Dohan, the sophomore. Notre Dame playing with some senior leadership, but having a ton of sophomores on the team. Really a sophomore loaded base for this Bulldog bunch, trying to get above 500. Just making the Final Four 3 seasons ago. That is off the mark. Rebound back in the hands of Williams. Williams fakes. We'll get a whistle this time on Notre Dame.
You know, you mentioned Brett Dohan earlier. Dohan families have been with the Notre Dame for some time. They've always had a Dohan, and if he's named Dohan, he can play.
That he can. Brett Dohan, he's got 2 fouls to start this one. Has a board as it stands, but currently on the season, once again, he's going to be one of those key impact players that Notre Dame will embrace over time, but that's going to be up to Coach Untitled to really make it happen. As Charleston continuing at the charity stripe, it'll be number 43. Who else but Rico Coleman makes them both. So 5-0 our score early in quarter number 1. Joe Northern, Tommy Jacobs, our producer down below, Spencer Magruder. Delighted to have you with us. Here on night number 2 of the SEMO tournament as Coleman takes it away, almost taken away by Notre Dame. Instead floated out of play, last touched by the Blue Jays.
I believe Rico Coleman's returning All-Stater, maybe for the last 2 years.
That he has. He's been just an all-state participant, and no reason to see why that wouldn't be the case coming into this year. But we talk about Charleston coming into this game at 3-2, but a tough 3-2, losing in double overtime to McCracken County on Saturday, and then the 60-58 loss to Dexter. Do you think that's been affected with not having P.J. Farmer in the lineup?
Well, I'd say it had a little bit to do, but I tell you what, I'm pretty impressed with Dexter. Dexter's no pushover. They're going to get anybody. Going to have to play hard to beat Dexter.
That they will. That'll be our late game coming up as soon as this one is done. There's the shot and an answer back from Will Morgan, the 6'6 forward. You would expect that Notre Dame is going to take advantage of their height and their pace of play. Really try not to force teams to score more than, maybe 60, 65 points at the absolute worst.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Notre Dame would be happy to keep it in the 40s if they could possibly do that.
If they could. They kept Kennett to 47 last night, as they'll be taking it back the other way. It's Landaway. Hands it now to Callow. Callow bobbling, but a little bit of a reach in on the Bluejays. So 4.5 to go, early stages in this one. That foul is going to be on Williams. So that'll be his first team foul, number 1. And then we'll have a slew of substitutions coming in for the Bulldogs. It'll be number 3, Colton Johnson. Number 33, Carson Essner. He had a great night last night. And number 22, Will Henry Stewart. So Charleston doing a little bit of spread defense. Get it inside, finding Callow. Lays it up, off the mark. Charleston quickly moving the other way. But a little bit of too much misconnection. We'll throw it out of play, and it's still a one-possession game. 4:14 left to go. So we're starting to see Notre Dame having a little bit of that familiar opponent advantage. Really just, once again, trying to limit Charleston and just take your time on those possession and those passes.
Yeah, Notre Dame's going to keep some fresh legs in the game. They brought in, 4 a while ago?
That they did. Stolen away by the Bluejays, and one for Katarian Owens. Katarian Owens getting the basket and the foul, and that has been Charleston's bread and butter too. Take the quick steal, try to force an opponent to draw a foul, and really continue to move it forward. So 7-2 our score. Katarian Owens to make it 8. Owens with 4 on the night so far, as the Bluejays have the advantage early by 6. Here's the Bulldogs to reset. Here's Henry Stewart. Now to Johnson for 3. That's off the mark. But it'll be 3 shots and a costly foul early for the Charleston Bluejays. Not often that we do get to see three free throws.
That's right.
But here we are, and try saying that 10 times fast for those of you watching at home.
I believe it was Rico Coleman picked up that foul, and Coach hates to see someone foul a 3-point shooter.
One thing that we have heard Jamarcus Williams at least talk about, or read about, we should say, in media publications, is his teams have to start early and they have to start strong. That was something that kind of hurt them a little bit in the Dexter game and hurt them a little bit late in the game against McCracken County, but it's a team that's just continually been dominant for, I mean, if you put Southeast Missouri lore in hoops, Charleston is right up there, and no reason to think that that wouldn't be the case this year, but it's going to be a tougher road for them before, as free throws coming in for number 3, Colton Johnson. It's going to be a tougher road, not just for Charleston to possibly get back to a state championship, but for any team in their district to really try to make a run. I'd argue to say if anybody has the easiest route, it would be the 3 teams in Class 4 District 1 with
Probably
Notre
so,
Dame,
yeah.
Kennett, and Dexter. And even at that, Dexter looking more and more like a favorite in that one. But meanwhile, I think everybody's got what could happen potentially by the end of this week, January 10th, and potentially the first week in March, should Charleston, New Madrid County meet for potentially 3 times on the season.
Yeah, and one of those good teams, in my opinion, will get to stay home after the sectional game, and that's a shame because it's probably New Madrid and Charleston may be the top 2 in Class 3 statewide.
That they are, number 1 and number 2 in the coaches' polls. So will be interesting to see. Realignment benefiting Class 4 District 1, but making it that much more difficult for Class 3, which arguably is one of the best classes in the state.
You bet.
Here's Owens, gets it up. It is good.
Had a good move by Owens on that baseline.
He has absolutely been lights out this evening. 5 for the Blue Jays with 3:20 left to go. Here's the Bulldogs the other way. Johnson outside the arc, sets up, finds Henry Stewart. Henry Stewart with a little bit of a bump. Gets it up, floats it in for Carson Essner. So credit once again, Notre Dame taking the time, taking the possessions that they need, still hanging tough with Charleston. Although this is very similar to what we saw earlier this week when these two teams faced off. Notre Dame hung close until about the second quarter, but then Charleston went on a little bit of a run to pull it away. And it looks like we're gonna get a whistle. This time on Notre Dame.
I thought maybe Rico was going to pick up his second foul, but Jim Vaughn had a lot better look at it than I've had from up here.
Nope. Vaughn calling that one a number 33, Carson Essner. That'll be his second foul. Not great for the 6-foot junior guard. So we're going to see any substitutions or adjustments that Notre Dame is going to have to make. Still a 4-point lead, low-scoring game here in quarter number 1. Henry Stewart gets it out. Williams gets it out. Can't get it. Henry Stewart trying to line in, but floated out of play. Charleston will do it again.
I'm sure Notre Dame coaching staff will take a 2-point at this time of the game that Rico Coleman's been held to 2 points.
That's very true. I mean, Rico Coleman only with 2 and the foul to boot. Katerion Owens currently the story. He's got 5 of Charleston's 10. Marion Williams still not on the board as he misses the 3. But floated out of play. Last touch by, looked like number 11. Yep, number 11, Trenton Schumacher into the game for Notre Dame. So 2:16 to go. 4-point game. Here is Wiley for 3. He can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of Standback. Standback looking to reset on the defensive board. Standback driving in traffic, can't get it. The touch coming from Owens, no. Rebound back in the hands of Notre Dame. And they'll take some time to quickly reset it, trying to avoid a little man-to-man, 2-on-1 pressure on number 2, Greg Dennis. He sets up now to Henry Stewart. Henry Stewart at the top, sets over to Johnson. Johnson back to Henry Stewart. Looking to drive in traffic, gets it out, finds Callow for 3. Off the mark. Quick offensive rebound from Dennis. Answers back and the foul.
That was very good ball movement by the Bulldogs.
Once again, 10 passes between, it looked like Dennis and Callow, Henry Stewart, but yet they made it work. And just like that, Notre Dame has an opportunity to trim it to 1 thanks to the bucket from one of their leading scorers, Greg Dennis.
Charleston's definitely missing P.J. Farmer on this outside shooting. He's a really good outside shooter.
Dennis almost getting the offensive rebound. Charleston looking to reset. Here's Williams. They're going to be calling the block foul. It'll be on Notre Dame. Londaway, that'll be his first in team foul number 5. So Notre Dame already getting in a little bit of foul trouble early. They've got 5 team fouls. 1:21 left to go here in the first. Sets up over to Williams. Floats out. And Notre Dame to take over. So 10-8 our score. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the first game where not necessarily one team was going on an explosive shooting run, but kind of reminds me a little bit of Sikeston of anything that they're throwing up, getting good looks, but nothing going in the bucket.
Correct.
But Notre Dame also taking some time in their possessions too. So credit to the Bulldogs. They're only trailing by 2 against preseason number 1 and number 1 seed in this tournament, Charleston. 1:05 left to go.
And I believe number 24 for the Bluejays, P.J. Farmer, has entered the contest.
Yes, he has. P.J. Farmer has indeed entered the contest, entered the chat. Notre Dame entering on the board with Colton Johnson for 3. He's got 5, and the Bulldogs have their first lead of the night. Not a moment too soon for P.J. Farmer.
You bet.
And not a moment too soon, indeed.
I think I heard him call it.
He did.
Off the board.
You could hear it through our headset up here. Welcome back, P.J. Farmer. 13-11 our score. Here comes Dennis, sets up, basket and a foul for Will Morgan. Oh my goodness.
Since P.J. entered the game, Charleston's kind of kicked it up a notch, but so has Notre Dame.
I think everybody has just raised their level of competition just a little bit more. And once again, the advantage of knowing your opponents well, and I mean quite well over the past couple of days, has its advantage. Notre Dame makes the free throw, up by 1, 25-26. So Ronnie Turner is going to pick up the foul. That'll be his first. Team foul number 4 with 21 seconds remaining here in the first. So Turner's going to take some time and sets it up to Williams. So Williams with the 1-point lead, 15-14. Here comes Callow. Now to Dennis, 4 seconds up, and an offensive foul on Notre Dame. They were looking for the block, but no dice for Greg Dennis.
Team foul number 6.
So 3.5 left to go. Team foul number 6. Charleston's gonna let it roll. We'll see if they get it in. It's Farmer. Off the mark. That is how quarter number 1 has ended. And we have ourselves a little D-A-N-D-Y, as someone famous once said. We'll be back with the second in a moment. This is the 2022 SEMO Tournament on the Aycorp Media Networks.
Entrusting us with your health care is one of the greatest compliments our patients and the community give us.
Thank you, Dr. McFerrin and the entire team at Southeast Health for getting me back on track.
Thank you, Eric, for placing your trust in our dedicated team. At Southeast Health, we have so many reasons to be grateful to our community and the patients who have chosen to place their trust in us. Southeast Health, always by your side.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
For over 100 years, Stoneville Cotton has helped farmers stay strong and win their growing seasons, delivering protection against key weeds and insects to maximize their yield potential. For more information, visit our website. Stoneville Cotton, own the early.
Charleston leading over Notre Dame 15-14. Greg Dennis currently the story, Colton Johnson the story, and so is Will Morgan for Notre Dame, 5 points apiece. But the big story, P.J. Farmer returning after the absence and comes out in his first possession with a 3-point shot. It's a 15-14 game. The shot up from Owens is going to be off the mark, and he was the last one to touch it too. With 7:40 to go here in the second quarter. Joe Northern, Tommy Jacobs. You know, this is one of those games that has the potential, from what we saw on paper, Charleston potentially cruising, but Notre Dame really taking advantage of their possessions and really forcing Charleston to try to poke it out, but yet they're taking the time and the offensive ability.
You're exactly right. They're doing the right thing, and they're not trying to do what they can't do, and that's to run up and down the floor with Charleston.
And if you make your opponent play your game, as the foul's going to be on P.J. Farmer, that'll be his first, you really can't force opponents to play their game unless you have the possession to make them play for you to play your own.
Correct.
And right now, with this being a neutral site game, Notre Dame taking the advantage. They lead 16-15. So one thing we'll have to keep an eye out too, as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, if teams play physical, and that's going to be more punishable rather than beneficial.
Correct.
You're going to see, once again, maybe not too much time from the PJ Farmers in the world, and potentially more slow possessive shots, or taking a chance with those 3-point shots as Owens gets that one up and in.
This Owens having quite a game.
Owens has 7 of 17 so far. So that'll be the foul of number 21, Will Thurston. So just really kind of following as we are near the halfway mark, over the halfway mark of day number 1. What have you really liked of these early games so far, Tommy?
Well, it's really not been any blowouts. These teams in these SEMO Conference, any of these teams can beat you any given night. They've got that much talent. And, you know, I hate to keep going back to it, but, you know, Dexter, everybody said Dexter's down. Dexter has a lot of good basketball players and very well coached.
A very scary number 7 if there was one.
Yes.
Londaway misses the 3, and Charleston quickly moving it back the other way. 6:35 left to go here in the second. And gets back up now to Williams. Williams sets up, looks now to Wiley. Wiley now back to Williams in traffic. And Wiley answering back. So now we're starting to see a little bit of that give and go of what Charleston is known for, and giving the giveaway. Here's Williams. No, taken away by Coleman. But that'll go out of play, and we'll see another line of substitutions come in for Notre Dame, with Dennis, Dohan, and Callow returning to action.
Coleman still with just 2 points, but his presence on the court with his defense, his rebounding, you know, he can explode at any moment.
Absolutely, and just, you know, the physical pressure that he's been able to really lay on his opponents has been just absolutely electric. Here's Dohan. Gets across the timeline, now sets up to Callow. Callow looks up to Londaway. Londaway gets it out. It's Dohan for 3. He answers back. And it's 20-19 as Brett Dohan gets his first bucket of the night. So Notre Dame hanging strong with Charleston. They trail only by 1. Here's Wiley. Wiley at the top, sets up over to Williams. Notre Dame spreading it out a little bit. Looks like a little 2-2-1, 2-1-2. Nearly picked away. Here's Williams. Yes. Amarion Williams getting some buckets on the board. That's his second of the night. And it's 22-19. So once again, we're starting to see Charleston turn on the Jets just a little bit more, but Notre Dame really forcing Bulldogs to, or Bluejays to play their game. That is until a steal from Rico Coleman, but the foul is on the floor. So we're going to see a lot of that adaptation this evening between these two teams.
It doesn't take Rico Coleman very long to get from one end to the next. He is quick.
He is quick. And Coleman with 2 points on the night. 22-19 our score, 4:52 remaining. As we'll see Coleman back to the free throw line, a 6'5" senior. He misses the shot on the 1-and-1. So now Notre Dame to quickly return it the other way with 4:40 left to go here in quarter number 2. And stolen away this time by Wiley. Wiley to Coleman. He gets it up and in. Back-to-back for Rico Coleman. And it's a 5-point lead for Charleston. Weirdly enough, the largest lead of the night for the Blue Jays. Notre Dame looking to answer back, and a traveling violation, this time on the Bulldogs. 4:20 left to go here in the first half. Another slew of substitutions, and you know, really credit to Notre Dame for not only having one big weapon scoring, but really kind of slowing the pace down a little bit, kind of making Charleston adapt and then sneak in with their own style of play later on.
Correct.
The shot is off from Coleman, and the Bulldogs to rebound. And really credit to the board game as well between these two teams, taking on point. As Notre Dame takes a timeout, we will too. Blue Jays leading by 5, 4:01 to go here in the second. We're back in a moment. 24-19 our score. Night number 2 of the SEMO Conference tournament. Charleston leading by 5, taking on Notre Dame. The second time that these two teams have faced off in 96 hours. If you do the math, that is Friday night. Winner will be taking on Jackson, who had a big win over Sikeston. 79-41 our score, stolen this time by the Bluejays. We'll get a whistle, another foul on the floor. That's going to be team foul number 9 for the Bulldogs. And that'll be number 3, Colton Johnson. That'll be team foul number 9. So we'll see number 22, LaTravion Standback, head to the free throw line. So 3:51 to go. First free throw shot is made. So now, once again, we're starting to see Charleston, a little bit of what we've known from them, able to slide in, quickly take away on those longer held possessions that Notre Dame is known to have, and really try to force the Bulldogs to play their game. 3:46 left to go. Stolen away this time by Wiley. Wiley now looking to reset, 3:37. So another turnover on the evening, too. Something that the Bulldogs are going to have to really slow down on, as Rico Coleman now starting to light it up. He's got 6 on the evening.
Typical Charleston team. They're quiet, and all of a sudden they have a spurt.
And just like that, almost a point for LaTravion Standback, and Coleman tried to go for the shot, but instead be floated out of play once more. So 9-point lead, 3:12 left to go. Blue Jays in control. It was a back and forth game for most of the first quarter, with Charleston turning on the Jets. And really, and I know, Tommy, you had a chance to watch them play a couple of weeks ago at the Riverbend Classic. You know, really, what has been this bright spot that's made this team different than the 21-22 squad that won it all?
You know, I really can't tell. They're just kind of a mirror of each other, in my opinion. You know, they of course, definitely they're going to play defense. They get the ball, they go to the other end. They look for the good shot. And they're led by Rico Coleman and P.J. Farmer, but they've got a cast of people in that game that does a great job.
That they do. Katarion Owens, certainly one of them tonight. And LaTravion Standback. Blue Jays trying to go for the double-digit lead. Here's the shot from Farmer. That is off the mark and into the hands, and a reset coming for Will Morgan. But Charleston now going with a really, really intense defensive pressure to try to force it away, but a foul will be called on number 22, LaTravion Standback.
Foul on the Blue Jays, LaTravion Standback, his first.
That'll be his first, team foul number 6. One more. Notre Dame will have a little bit of a benefit in the bonus. As the substitution coming in this time, Trenton Schumacher coming in for Colton Johnson. 2:29 to go. Gets it out now to Dennis. Floated out of play once more, just getting Notre Dame a little bit closer and closer to the bucket. They trail by 9. They fell by 24 on Friday night, trying to avoid that again here tonight. Trying to play spoiler tonight, if anything. Shot is way off the mark from Londaway. Blue Jays moving back the other way. Sets up to Farmer. Easy up and in, all on his own. So now we're starting to see what P.J. Farmer is made of. And a 2-on-1 pressure. They were looking for the travel, didn't get it. It's now set up for Morgan. Morgan to Londaway. He answers back. And back to single digits. That's going to go for 3. With 1:45 left to go here in the second. Here's Charleston to answer back. High shot from Farmer. Can't get it. Bulldogs looking to answer. 99 seconds to go. Dennis. No. Blue Jays quickly bringing it back. Here's Williams at the top. 2-on-1, throws it up, can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of Morgan. Once again, a lot of layup opportunities for Charleston. They're not able to penetrate on him. Here's an opportunity this time for Schumacher. That is off. Tries to connect with Dennis, keeps it in play, fakes it out. Londaway, no. And back in the hands of the Blue Jays, 1 minute remaining here in the second. Sets up to Williams. Williams on the outer corner, 50 seconds left to go here in half number one.
Curious to see if Charleston would. No, they get it knocked away. I thought they might be going to try to stall it out.
It looked like a stall, but instead Notre Dame is going to potentially take a page from that playbook. So that was poked out by Omarion Williams. 32.6 left to go.
Williams has some quick hands.
That he does, and just, his ability to try to sneak in on you as if you're trying to get it away or trying to set up another drive, yet he's always ready to sneak in on you. He's been doing that for the squad that's led them to much success over the years. Here's Essner. Essner stolen away by Farmer on his own and in. So PJ Farmer, his presence is back. He's got 8 points, 12 seconds. Notre Dame looking for a last heave, 8 seconds. Gonna have to cross the timeline. Gets it back into the hands of Schumacher. Schumacher cross court, sets up Londaway for three. Off the mark. That's how the first half will end. And it's Charleston 32, Notre Dame 22. And once again, these two teams meeting for the second time. Will the second half go like the last time? We'll find out when we rejoin you coming up at the start of the second half, as it's Charleston leading over Notre Dame 32-22. We'll see you in just a bit. You're watching the 2022 SEMO Conference Tournament on the Aycorp Media Network.
First State Bank and Trust is more than just products and services. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by your local First State Bank and Trust to explore all of your financial options. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Juju Promotions in New Madrid is your one-stop shop for all your personalized merchandise. Whether it's screen printing, embroidery, promotional products, heat presses, or decals, we've got something that will suit your needs. So you, your school, or your business will always be looking its best. There's tons to see, from apparel to accessories. So what are you waiting for? Stop into Juju Promotions today in New Madrid, Missouri. And don't forget to like us on Facebook.
Entrusting us with your health care is one of the greatest compliments our patients and the community give us.
Thank you, Dr. McFerrin and the entire team at Southeast Health for getting me back on track.
Thank you, Eric, for placing your trust in our dedicated team. At Southeast Health, we have so many reasons to be grateful to our community and the patients who have chosen to place their trust in us. Southeast Health, always by your side.
First State Community Bank has been named the #1 bank in Missouri by Forbes, and we think they might be onto something. When it comes to banking, we've always said that people should come first, and we hold true to that idea. Opening an account has never been easier. You can even do it online. We want our community to thrive, and that's why we put it in our name. So come bank with the certified best at First State Community Bank, serving our community because it's who we are.
Are you wanting to spend more time with your family this Christmas, but don't know where to start? December 1st through the 25th, Aycorp Media will be broadcasting 25 days of fun, engaging activities straight from Tana Odell's book, Christmas Together. Each night will contain devotions, cooking, and family fun for you to join in on. To find out more and purchase your copy today, visit our website and join us for each episode in December on Aycorp Media's YouTube and Facebook.
At Focus Bank, we believe in really free checking. What does that mean? Well, opening an account requires no more than $25 with no minimum balance requirements or monthly service charges. You'll also have access to online and mobile banking, online bill pay, direct deposits, mobile deposits, automatic payments, e-statements, a nationwide network of ATMs, and an instant issue debit card, all for free. Your first order of checks is on the house, and you'll also receive a complimentary thank you gift. Come visit us in Sikeston, Charleston, Crothersville, or East Prairie. Focus Bank, simple, hassle-free checking that's really free.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
For over 100 years, Stoneville Cotton has helped farmers stay strong and win their growing seasons, delivering protection against key weeds and insects to maximize their yield potential. For more information, visit our website. Stoneville Cotton, own the early.
Experience the magic of Christmas in the Hollow. An all-new Christmas tradition awaits, where your family can find and take home the perfect tree, ride the train through the Wonderland Christmas lights, and even meet the big man himself. Don't forget to visit the shops for decorations, tasty goodies, or that perfect holiday gift. There's so much to do and see. It's like a Christmas movie come to life. Christmas in the Hollow at Pumpkin Hollow. For more information, visit pumpkinhollow.com.
If you feel like you never get the time you need with your insurance agent to find the right coverage, it might be time to make a change. Tyler Miller of Flatland Ag Insurance in Clarkton works to make sure, each and every day, that his clients feel they are taken care of. With years of experience in crop insurance in 4 states, he strives to provide you with the exact coverage you need for your specific situation. For more information, give Tyler a call at 573-276-8044. Here's to another great year.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
Does your business need, literally anything? When we founded C&S Cleaning Supply, our goal was simple. Become a one-stop shop for anything and everything your operation might want. From car care to condiments, mops to markers, soaps to staplers, and everything in between. Which is a lot. C&S has got you covered. Give Delane Beckwith a call at 573-217-0104 or visit cscleaningsupply.com to get set up with, well, literally everything. Tell them Delane sent you. Does your business...
Welcome back to the 2022 SEMO Conference Tournament here on the Aycorp Media family of networks. Joe Northern, Tommy Jacobs, the entire crew working hard here this week, and we've also been working hard on Christmas together. You may have seen it earlier this week, hosted by Tana Odell, based off her best-selling book that's turned into a series of episodes for 25 nights of Christmas that can help your family connect during the Advent season. Be sure to order your book right now at ChristmasTogetherBook.com and follow along on Aycorp Media's YouTube and Facebook pages for the rest of the episodes debuting at 5 p.m. every night until Christmas Day right here on the Aycorp Media family of networks and on YouTube and Facebook. And talking about working hard, PJ Farmer coming back, making it look like he just came back like he didn't lose any step.
Yeah, he just took up where he left off last year at the state tournament and all these games. He's just a contender, and he's something to deal with. And when you start focusing on him, you got other players that he'll go to. He's just a fine athlete. He's just a, you know, an old man told me one time, he said, there is basketball players and there's guys that want to play basketball. He's a basketball player.
That he is, and just quite simply, you know, the level of performance that he brings to his team, but also to other leaders for Charleston. Taking a look at some of the first half numbers, Katerion Owens with 9 points on the day. Almarion Williams, I believe he has 6 as it stands right now. So going to be interested to see how Charleston will regroup, having PJ Farmer back in action. Meanwhile, for Notre Dame, they're coming into the halftime break down by 10. They were trailing by as many as 16, I believe, on their game a couple of nights ago in Charleston. What does Notre Dame need to do just to try to stop any attack on the Bulldogs?
Well, they're going to have to really tighten that defense up and not let them expand this lead any more than they got. Because it's going to come to a point that you're going to have to play their type basketball if they've got a 10-point, 15-point lead. Because Charleston's just going to keep running at you, and the clock's going to be your enemy. So they're going to have to make some adjustment, and I think Notre Dame did a great job the first half to stay within 10 points of Charleston.
Now we'll be interested to see if they will try to continue that moving into half number 2. Winner will have a date with High Flying Jackson. That'll be Thursday night at 6 p.m. and you'll be on the call that one with Darren Scott making his Aycorp Media debut in the game before. You know, that's going to be an exciting doubleheader that you have lined up.
It's going to be fun. He's a very knowledgeable person, and I look forward to that.
It's going to be a lot of fun coming up Thursday, but we don't know who that fourth participant is. We got to find out here as second half is underway, and it's in the hands of Standback. Standback gets it out to Williams at the top. That falls short. Back into the hands of Greg Dennis. Dennis now setting up to Londaway. Londaway at the top. Finding Callow for 3. That is off the mark, but a rebound up and in from Will Morgan. That is absolutely the start you need to have if you're Cape Notre Dame.
You betcha.
Charleston bringing it back left to right. 7:23 left to go. Here's Standback. Inside to Rico Morgan. Quiet half for Rico Morgan. 6 points in that first half for the Blue Jays. Gets them back up by 10. We'll get a whistle this time, bringing it back the other way. Other first half leaders for Notre Dame, Will Morgan with 5 points before the previous bucket, Colton Johnson with 5, Logan Londaway only with 3. It'll be interesting to see how these two teams will regroup going into half number 2. Shot is high and off for Standback. Notre Dame bringing it back the other way. So we're starting to see them take not too much time on the possessions, really trying to force a drive. Charleston going a little bit of a man-to-man, but doing some pressing in the process. It sets up to Callow, throws it up. And that'll be a foul this time. I believe it's going to be on Morgan, and it is.
Yeah, Rico Coleman picked up that foul. That's his second, I think, yes.
That is number 2 for Coleman, team's first. So we'll see Reese Callow go to the line for Notre Dame. He's one of the leading scorers for the Bulldogs last season. For a Notre Dame team looking to get back up to 500 on their season, as they went, I believe, 12-15 previously, but just 3 seasons ago, keep in mind, found their way to the Final Four. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to play in the Final Four due to the pandemic.
Right.
But once again, a team that went 12-15 last season has been a winning squad. Only 2 losing seasons since the 2012-2013 campaign.
Jackson's always a contender in whatever they're going to play. They had a little bit of a off season for them in football this year because normally in Class 5, Jackson is at the top.
Well, Jackson coming off a winning season earlier this year. Notre Dame looking to get back into 500 territory. So we're going to be interested to see potentially if strange things happen. You know, you could see a crosstown game early on.
Right.
Charleston trying to force the 10-second. They can't. Here comes Kalos, stolen away by Coleman. And look out, here he comes. Rico Coleman with back-to-back buckets to start the second half. As it's the Blue Jays by 11, continuing to add on their largest lead of the night. But it's going to be a blocking foul this time on number 45, Katerion Owens.
He really started his fall a little bit before the man got there.
He did. Had a little bit of the movement. It's just as like, not today. I'm glad that there is not a shot of me just attempting to lean back as we've got the billboards back over here. As Reese Callow will make the first, 5:44 left to go. And you mentioned that this SEMO conference just absolutely filled with talent.
Right.
1 versus 1, really all the way down 1 through 9. And even at that, the 8 and 9 teams, not too shabby. And, you know, just sometimes you just got to try to find the identity. And we're really starting to see that come out in Notre Dame with some of their senior leaders picking up. And then Kennett, too, mentioning that they're completely regrouping, and they had some really good signs of life last night with their ball control and their shooting. We'll get a chance to see them coming up a little bit later this evening, as that shot is going to be missed off the hands of Stanback. So all around, if you want good basketball, you've really got it. Is going to be out of bounds for Callow.
You know, it really surprises me that there's not more fans here in the seats, but the closer it gets to finals night, this place will fill up.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, mentioning as someone who has always seen this tournament from afar, but never, you know, having a chance to experience it in person, much less in person with you all in this capacity, you know, it's something special to be seen. And when you have so many state-ranked teams involved in this, it's just a special event to be a part of. Missed shot coming off the arc from Farmer, that really anything can happen. And yet it's a tournament that's only had 5 different champions.
Correct.
That's going to be off the mark for Johnson. Notre Dame looking to reset, can't get it. It's going to be last touched by Carson Essner, and he is not thrilled with it. So it'll be Charleston taking over.
Last year when New Madrid and Charleston met in the semifinals over here, this place was packed.
Oh, I could only imagine. And, too, last year you had kind of more suspense building up to that New Madrid Cape Central final due to the snow delay that happened.
Correct.
And I think, wasn't those Thursday games bumped up just to try to avoid the weather, and yet everybody showed up?
Yeah.
That is SEMO hoops at its finest, and that is Rico Coleman with the and one opportunity.
I think that put Rico with 12 points on the night, looking for 13.
That he is. Rico currently leading the Blue Jays. Katerion Owens not too far behind with 9. So it'll be interesting to see how each team shot. It didn't seem like there was a lot of shooting in this first half, but you're really kind of starting to see the Jets turn on for both teams here in half number 2 as the shot is good. Charleston leading by 12, 4:23 left to go here in the third, and they're going with an intense press on the Bulldogs. Try to force it out of reach. And 10 seconds, that's all it takes. So great pressure drawn up, and now we're going to see what more can we see from Charleston at this point.
Charleston would like to extend this lead a little bit in this last 4 minutes of this third quarter. We'll see what happens.
Not only that, but also, too, you get that bonus day of rest, which in a tournament where you have to go back to back to back to back, you having any day just to kind of regroup, it's always going to help you.
You bet.
But if you're going now, credit obviously to the organizers here. At least you do have 24 hours for the most part in between games, win or lose. That'll be the case for winner of this game tonight. They'll obviously have about 48 hours rest. Loser getting roughly 24 hours. So not an intense turnaround, whereas, let's say, some other holiday tournaments that I think we're both familiar with, where the turnaround time a little bit shorter than that.
And that's going to be coming up before long.
That it will be, December 26th through 29th. Seedings for the Bloomfield tournament, however, not coming out until the 17th. Cape and Notre Dame, however, Notre Dame and Charleston receiving their rankings as the other 16-team field on Monday, with Cape Central taking the 1, Charleston the 2. Here's Henry Stewart, gets it up, almost picked away by Farmer. Here's Essner for 3. He can't get it, tries to get his own board. He does, great pressure and a great reset. Here comes Henry Stewart again for 3. That is off the mark, and the Blue Jays quickly moving back. Buckle up.
Oh, I thought he might be going to stick it down, but he's still protecting that leg.
He did not go for takeoff yet. Here's Johnson, and that'll be bounced out of play. 2:51 left to go. Blue Jays absolutely controlling the second half. Notre Dame wants to talk, to think it over. Charleston pulling away here in the third. We're back in a moment on the Aycorp Media Network.
Experience the magic of Christmas in the Hollow. An all-new Christmas tradition awaits, where your family can find and take home the perfect tree. Ride the train through the Wonderland Christmas lights, and even meet the big man himself. Don't forget to visit the shops for decorations, tasty goodies, or that perfect holiday gift. There's so much to do and see. It's like a Christmas movie come to life. Christmas in the Hollow at Pumpkin Hollow. For more information, visit pumpkinhollow.com.
2:51 left in the third. Charleston on top of Notre Dame, 41-27. We did tease a little bit that these two teams could be playing in the Southeast Missourian Christmas Tournament in Cape, December 26th through 29th. However, Tommy, we will be in Bloomfield less than 3 weeks from now, December 26th through the 29th.
Correct.
You can catch all the games live, for all the games, I should say, on any form of outlet, whether it be tape delayed or live, for the 19th consecutive season.
Right.
The 19th consecutive season, and live for the 12th consecutive season right here on the Aycorp Media family of networks and streaming on YouTube. So, and once again, those rankings not coming out until December 17th. Going to keep an eye. Should Dexter have a great run here, would not be surprised if they ended up in that 1 line.
Well, I think it's theirs to lose, that 1 seed, because that big victory over Charleston, that holds a lot of power.
That it does, but we've also seen Charleston regroup a little bit. They're currently taking well control of this Notre Dame squad. They lead by 14, 2:36 left to go. They're going to be looking to reset once more. Here's Williams. Gets it up to Farmer. Shot is off and back in the hands of Dennis. So we'll look to see the Bulldogs move it the other way. 2:22 left to go here in the third. Here's Johnson. Johnson gets it out. Sets up now to Thurston. Thurston, that is pulled away by the Bulldogs. Dennis saves it from a turnover. Dennis with the offensive board. Dennis can't keep a hand on it, but forces number 22, Flatravion Standback, to go over the line.
Very good hustle by both teams on that possession.
And very good hustle from Dennis just to try to force the turnover on the Blue Jays. So Notre Dame with another chance. Thurston bobbles it. Looks to reset now with Essner. Less than 2 to go here in the third. Notre Dame forced. It'll be a foul this time on the Bulldogs. Carryover.
It just seems maybe that defensive pressure starting to bear down on Notre Dame a little bit.
That it has, and even with the opportunity of really reading in on it as they have on Friday, yet it just feels like, Coach Jamarcus Williams always has a few more defensive tricks up his sleeve, ready to try to fool his opponents. That's going to be taken away by Dohan. Just really the ability and just the hustle that this team has always had. 2-on-1 pressure. Sets up now to Landaway. Landaway gets out to Callow. Callow for 3. That is short. That sets up over to Standback. Standback throws down. That'll be a foul on the Bulldogs.
Stand back a little bit slow getting up, but he popped right up. I don't think he's injured.
I've had some help coming up from Carson Essner. He picks up foul number 4, so Essner in foul trouble. Only 6 fouls in this first half compared to, or second half compared to the first half, where I believe we had 15 total. Katerion Owens getting it in. He now breaks the double-digit club. Charleston in control by 16. So we'll get another whistle. That'll be this time at number 12, Reese Callow. So 1:13 remaining. Travion Standback at the line. Quiet evening for him, but currently second in rebounds on the team tonight, 4, right behind Katerion Owens with 5. Second shot is good. So now we're starting to see once again that defensive pressure really lay on Notre Dame, and I don't want to say it seems like the team's running out of gas a little bit, but you're starting to see a little bit of the fatigue for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, you're right.
Shot is off the mark from Dohan. Dennis trying to go in for the board. Quickly saved and retrieved by Callow. Found the trap, and that'll be on Charleston. So Notre Dame getting some help. This time it'll be a foul on Katerion Owens. That'll be his second and only the 3rd team foul. Owens asking, what did I do? But Charleston forcing the turnover. Let's get it back their way. 47 7/10 to go. Bulldogs trailing the Bluejays 44-27. Winner will have a date with Jackson. Loser will have to wait to see who their date is, as that game will be coming up after this one. That's a 3-point shot from Travion Standback. It is now a 20-point game, and Charleston simply dominating, with Notre Dame picking up the travel.
And a lot of it starting with that defense. They're wearing them down. They've got them wore down, and some of them look a little gassed out there from Notre Dame.
Currently, Charleston at least on an 8-0 scoring run as it stands here in this third quarter. 20 seconds remaining. There's a shot, making an 11-0 run from Travion Standback. He's now starting to light it up a little bit more. 10 seconds remaining. Notre Dame trying to stop the Charleston pressure. Here's the shot, and good from Will Morgan to answer back. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, crosses up, Standback will have it short and left. That's the end of the third quarter with the score, Charleston 50 and Notre Dame 29. We'll be back in a moment. This is the SEMO Conference Tournament on the Aycorp Media Network.
First State Bank and Trust is more than just products and services. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by your local First State Bank and Trust to explore all of your financial options. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Are you wanting to spend more time with your family this Christmas, but don't know where to start? December 1st through the 25th, Aycorp Media will be broadcasting 25 days of fun, engaging activities straight from Tana Odell's book, Christmas Together. Each night will contain devotions, cooking, and family fun for you to join in on. To find out more and purchase your copy today, visit our website and join us for each episode in December on Aycorp Media's YouTube and Facebook.
And Christmas Together continues tomorrow starting at 5 p.m. You can catch it on your Aycorp Media affiliates and on YouTube and Facebook. Christmas Together, I can tell you already, at least in my household, I have done 2 or 3 of those recipes, and I cannot wait for the other 19 to come over the next 19 evenings.
You think you might try them all, huh?
I mean, you know, we do a lot of cooking in the northern household, so I can tell you, it's anytime we can try a recipe, we will go for that.
Don't blame you. Don't blame you.
We're looking forward to that tomorrow night's episode at 5 p.m. And then we'll be on the air for consolation action. Hannah Thurman and I will have pregame for you beginning at 5:50 or so, right here from the field house. Charleston bringing it back the other way. Going on a late 11-0 scoring run to close out the third before a late bucket from Will Morgan. It's a 21-point game, 7:42 left to go. We started yesterday, the story was teams being close, not pulling away until late. Today we've seen at least teams in the lead really showing their dominance in early goings of it. Well, Charleston early goings of the second half, but Jackson early going in the first, thanks to long scoring runs.
Exactly.
Shot is off the mark this time for Williams. 7:40 left to go. So we'll see how Notre Dame can try to counter back at a whistle. This time on Williams. Or excuse me, that'll be on Wiley. That'll be his second. And the 5th team foul for Charleston. Let's get margin of victory for Charleston on Friday night against Notre Dame. That was 24 points. The lead is 23. So it will be interesting to see if Charleston can one-up themselves here tonight. Here's Standback.
That defense really stifles them. I mean, they just typical Charleston defense. They're going to stay on you.
Absolutely. Just once again swarming, going 2-on-1, 3-on-1 if you're really trying to drive inside the paint and make you pay for it even if you make the slightest error. There's a 3-point shot from Standback. That's off the mark. Quickly brought up instead by Wiley. So that's a 25-point lead. Wiley with 5 on the evening so far. And there's really haven't been one star player for Charleston that stuck out. You've got 4 players in double digits at the moment. As a bucket from Johnson trying to go up and in, rebounded by Dennis, 3-on-1. He answers right back. Really not one star that's dominated. I mean, you have, 4 just, really big shooters and leaders on this team. I mean, Katarion Owens with 5 boards, PJ Farmer coming back. First time he had the ball back, goes right for a 3-point shot from downtown and drains it in. And then Flatravion Standback standing out to Rico Coleman. This team does have the pieces to really go all the way back to Springfield again.
I think you're exactly right.
But then again, it is only December. Anything can happen, and teams can find their identities either early or late in the season. We'll get a whistle this time on Notre Dame.
Any place in the state of Missouri that has a good team that's Class 3 has heard about Charleston.
That they have. 3 substitutions coming in. Trenton Schumacher, Brock Clippard, number 35, Will Morgan, the starter, returning to action. And just, the competitive level, even dividing out into Class 6 a couple seasons ago, it has been very competitive basketball still in this region, only affecting just 2 major realignments more than anything. And yet, most of these teams still find a way to play each other no matter what.
They do.
Basketball floats out of play, 5:35 left to go in this one. So we'll see Charleston bring it back up again once more. It's going to be really interesting to see how some of those matchups are going to look on Thursday night as the shot from Amorian Williams goes in. It is now a 28-point lead with 5:20 left to go. Going to be really interesting to see how those matchups are going to take flight between Jackson and Charleston. I'm immediately looking at the Clayton Ernst matchup that could go against PJ Farmer and Rico Coleman. So going to be interesting to see how those are going to go. Charleston cruising over Notre Dame. We'll step aside. 59-31. Back in a moment. 5:15 left to go in the fourth. Charleston absolutely dominating the second half, only holding Notre Dame to 9 total points in the, say, 11 minutes and 10 and a half minutes and change in this second half. Joe Northern, Tommy Jacobs with you. And, you know, once again, we knew that the top heavy was going to be very top heavy. Tonight, we've seen Charleston just show why they are deserving of all the praise and, you know, all the acclaim that they've had so far this season.
Exactly. As you said earlier, you know, they've got 11 points to Stanback, 13 to Coleman, 11 to Owen, 10 to Farmer, and Williams has 9. He's just about in double figures. They pass it around. They get the open man. They hit it.
It's just, you know, once again, finding next man up and taking advantage of the system that's built. So credit once again to Jamarcus Williams and his team for just continuing that moving. And even getting Lane and getting Deshaun Henderson on the board too. So now we are at that 30-point mark, 61-41 our score, 44-43 left to go. And the foul's going to be called this time on Brock Clifford. Don't forget, coming up next, after the in-between game intermission, we will have our nightcap and our first elimination game of this tournament, as number 7 Dexter will be taking on number 9 Kennett. Dexter, not your stereotypical 7 seed in this tournament. Will be taking on a Kennett team that was ousted by Notre Dame 67-47 last night. So going to be interesting to see how Nichols will regroup after having, I don't know, 37 points or so last night, one of his highest scoring nights that we've seen from him.
He's quite the ball player.
That he is.
He's one of the best.
And the loser will be taking on likely Notre Dame, barring stranger things happening, on Wednesday evening. But it's just a tough stretch, though, too, that sometimes you got to play those 4 games in 4 days. So could we see really, you know, Notre Dame make that impact, or Dexter or even Kennett make that impact? We'll see. Kind of gives you a little bit of that February preview, though, that we all love to see as well, as Morgan gets the bucket up and in. Since you mustn't forget, Kennett, Dexter, Notre Dame, all in that same district, and if any of them would have kind of a clear path to go through, since New Madrid back down to Class 3, those are going to be some of the interesting matchups you'll have to take a look at in the regular season.
Correct.
26 seconds to go, 3:20 remaining. We're going to whistle this time on the Blue Jays.
I want to say hello to my friend and broadcast partner, Terry McVeigh.
Yes, Terry McVeigh.
Terry's been around a long time.
That he has, one of the original voices of everything that in the various incarnations that have been bringing you games at home. And Terry, if you're watching, we are thinking of you, my friend. Wish you were here as always, and thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, when I started, Terry came on, I think the next year, and he's very knowledgeable.
That he is. I mean, once again, I see him every year whenever I'm crossing paths with you guys in Bloomfield. And, you know, just kind of once again, if there's any dynamic duo that is Southeast Missouri Hoops, wherever you're watching on television, it is Terry and Tommy. Just happy to step in for at least a couple of days with you guys in the process.
Well, I appreciate that. You know, we were talking earlier that you and I did a game. 16 years ago?
I think it was 2000. It was the 2007 Bloomfield Christmas Tournament is when that was.
Okay. And this may be my last one. My last year.
Really?
Maybe. It's I've got some things going to have to be worked out.
Well, sure.
We'll see. But I've enjoyed every year of it.
Well, trust me, if it is the case, we will save all comments until we get to Bloomfield now. We're not going to confirm anything anytime soon. What we can confirm is coming up next, we'll have Kennett and Dexter, potentially 2 teams that could meet in Bloomfield later this month.
Yeah, we can guarantee that we're going to see Dexter and Kennett.
And we're going to see a great shot from P.J. Farmer, just floating on and off the court. 2:35 left to go. Gets the pass over to Thurston. Excuse me. Notre Dame leading at one point in this game, but Charleston just showing why they're so dominant, and we're starting to see the form that they have, bringing back P.J. Farmer, having that next man up mentality with Rico Coleman, Katerion Owens, and Latravion Stanback. As it sets up to Wiley. High shot on the way from Farmer. Goes in and out. Farmer 3-on-1, pressure, can't get it. That's taken away by Notre Dame. Here comes Thurston again once more. 2 minutes remaining here in the fourth. It's going to be a shot off the mark from Morgan. Foul is going to be on the floor.
The Charleston Bluejays, they're going to advance.
That they will, but they will have their work cut out against them with Jackson. And really, we were kind of talking during the break, just the top 4 or really top 5 is going to be competitive with anybody, but Jackson not playing as a normal 5 seed would.
No.
Cape Central not playing the way a normal 2 seed would.
Correct.
From what we saw yesterday. Dexter not playing as a normal 7 seed. It's just really whenever you come in early into this season, you don't know how the mentality is go. 2 free throws good, by the way, for Notre Dame. You just really don't know what to expect. From what we see on Monday to how Friday night's going to turn out. It looks like it's going to be a timeout from Jamarcus Williams and company. We'll keep it right here. It is just kind of one of those efforts that teams that we see coming in, we think they're going to struggle, absolutely surprise us. Teams that are absolutely supposed to be dominant, a little bit tougher road to get through. Not just in the SEMO tournament, but overall, in this early season of hoops. What are some of the things that have really stood out to you so far?
In this tournament?
Well, overall.
Well, one thing that is Dexter, and one thing is Jackson. I didn't think Jackson would be that good. I have no reason to think they wouldn't, but they really showed me today that they're going to be a hard out. And when Dexter came in last night, and they gave Cape Central, and all I've heard about Cape Central, and not taking anything away from, that they are good. They probably deserve the 2nd seed, but Dexter pushed them to the wire as a 7th seed.
That they did, and also too, just kind of the grit mentality, as we know of what we've come to expect from Coach Chad Allen and Coach Rob Nichols. Just kind of that make every practice a grind, really fight for it day in and day out. It's definitely helped them in their advantage. We get a chance to see them coming up in just a little bit. 90 seconds left to go in this one. It's going to be back in the hands of Williams. Williams gets it over to Morrow. Throw it up, and that'll be a foul on Notre Dame once more. And you mentioned overall during the season too. Once again, those 2 teams surprising. Keep in mind, that was just Jackson's 2nd game in the season. They dispatched Fort Zumwalt South on Friday, but we didn't know a lot of what to expect besides some of the senior leaders coming back, seeing more playing time from Ernst. And, it's just going to be interesting to see how these, other storylines, and even with some of the smaller schools too. Anything that you've noticed on that front?
I haven't watched very many. I've watched the Class 3 Malden. They were not as good as I thought, but they did win last night, and I understand they're ahead of Twin Rivers tonight. But Bernie, I watched Bernie down in a little tournament. Bernie is still good. They got one of their players that's out, a couple of them, but they still going to guard you. They're going to hit free throws. They're going to hit the 3-pointer, and they're well coached. And then I don't know anything about Haytie or none of those. Haven't seen them. Understand South Pim's down a little bit.
Sure.
But it could be a battle. You can drive wherever you live in the Boot Heel of Missouri, 20 miles on any Friday night, see some of the best basketball in the state.
That you can. Also one team that's really snuck out well, Cooter.
Very much.
Yes. They are definitely making some noise in the Class 2 rankings. P.J. Farmer with the run up and good. Blue Jays rolling by 29. And here comes Rami Turner once more. Taken away by Notre Dame and Schumacher. Here's the pass, gets up, and finds Brock Clipper.
You were saying something about Cooter. Cooter beat Kennett the other night by 20.
That they did, and they just have an absolutely strong senior core.
Yes, they do.
That's going to be a very tough out in Class 2 District 2, a team that you could see potentially go in the quarters depending on how 2-1 shakes out, how 2-3 shakes out as well.
And Crothersville, I understand, is having a good season so far.
That they are. So we'll be interested to see how these two teams will progress. Charleston is going to run out the clock. Oh, why not get another extra shot if you can?
Sure, why not? We still got 10 seconds to go.
Not that a timeline violation will be called here. Charleston will have a date with Jackson on Thursday night, 68-41, the final over Notre Dame. Notre Dame will await their date, as it'll be our next game coming up in just a little bit between Kennett and Dexter. As we take a look at the final stats, Charleston, I mean, what can we say except welcome back P.J. Farmer?
Exactly. Speaking of P.J. Farmer, I watched him walk off the court. He's limping. I hope he's okay. He came off and he looked at his coach, said, I'm all right, but he's got a little limp to him. I hope the young man's fine because he is a phenomenal player.
He did have a little bit of a run up the floor, or I should say up the stands, kind of to our right from our vantage point as we're staring down right behind the scores table. Right behind the visiting fan section here and here at the field house. So kind of ran up those steps, saw him limp a little bit. Hopefully he will be okay. And, you know, once again, this is the Charleston squad that's loaded, so going to be interesting to see how they go. Meanwhile, for Notre Dame, I mean, they're going to have a tough competition, too, against whoever they'll face. And Will Morgan having a strong night tonight, a really big presence in the boards with 4 and 13 points. What'd you like about Notre Dame tonight?
I liked him, and I also liked Johnson. He had 5 points, and up here at Greg Dennis only had 4 points, had 6 boards. And he played a lot of good defense, only picked up 1 foul.
I mean, once again, having good defense and, you know, just kind of strong ability between, you know, and just well-timed passes, that's what we've come to expect from a Notre Dame team.
Sure.
So I couldn't say that we would be surprised on that too much. Just to see how great that they're going to go. They're going to get back over the hump. They had a down year last year. I wouldn't be surprised if they get back over that 500 mark and make some noise later on in this season. But the question is, who will they play? We know Charleston will have Jackson, but Notre Dame's question is still to be decided. Which Class 4 District 1 foe will they have? Will it be Kennett? Or will it be Dexter? Tommy and I will have it for you coming up in just a little bit in the inter-game break. Charleston rolls over Notre Dame, 68-39.
Literally anything? When we founded CNS Cleaning Supply, our goal was simple. Become a one-stop shop for anything and everything your operation might want. From car care to condiments, mops to markers, soaps to staplers, and everything in between. Which is a lot. CNS has got you covered. Give Delane Beckwith a call at 573-217-0104 or visit cscleaningsupply.com to get set up with, well, literally everything. Tell them Delane sent you. Does your business...
We're for agriculture. For growers, doers, whatever it takers. We're for doing things with purpose. We're for the little guy with big guy dreams. We're for agriculture. We're for you. Nutrien Ag Solutions, leading the field.
Julep, julep, julep.
If Moreland's not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots. Serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world-famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
First State Bank and Trust is more than just products and services. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by your local First State Bank and Trust to explore all of your financial options. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Juju Promotions in New Madrid is your one-stop shop for all your personalized merchandise. Whether it's screen printing, embroidery, promotional products, heat presses, or decals, we've got something that will suit your needs. So you, your school, or your business will always be looking its best. There's tons to see, from apparel to accessories. So what are you waiting for? Stop into Juju Promotions today in New Madrid, Missouri. And don't forget to like us on Facebook.
Entrusting us with your health care is one of the greatest compliments our patients and the community give us.
Thank you, Dr. McFerrin and the entire team at Southeast Health for getting me back on track.
Thank you, Eric, for placing your trust in our dedicated team. At Southeast Health, we have so many reasons to be grateful to our community and the patients who have chosen to place their trust in us. Southeast Health, always by your side.
First State Community Bank has been named the #1 bank in Missouri by Forbes, and we think they might be onto something. When it comes to banking, we've always said that people should come first, and we hold true to that idea. Opening an account has never been easier. You can even do it online. We want our community to thrive, and that's why we put it in our name. So come bank with the certified best at First State Community Bank, serving our community because it's who we are.
Welcome back to the Fieldhouse in Sikeston. It is the Bearcats and the Indians coming up at the bottom of the hour, or I should say not the bottom of the hour, coming up at 8:36. Estimated first tip is, if not a little bit sooner. Joe Northern with you, just getting you caught up on all the action happening here at the SEMO Conference Tournament, where it has been top seeds, not necessarily dominating, but teams proving worthy why they should be going on to round two. In the game that you just watched, PJ Farmer's return for Charleston, getting 17 points in the 68-39 victory, 68-41 victory over the Notre Dame Bulldogs. Charleston will be taking on the winner of our first game earlier tonight, which is the Jackson Indians, and Jackson going on a 26-0 scoring run on the Sikeston Bulldogs on their home court, advancing themselves into semifinal number one. That'll be slated for 6 p.m. on Thursday. At 7:30 on Thursday, that's going to be another really good and competitive matchup, a rematch of last year's championship game between Cape Central and New Madrid County Central. New Madrid County Central trying to go for their third consecutive title. That game will be at 7:30 on Thursday night. Tomorrow night, we have a consolation semifinal doubleheader for you. It will be Notre Dame taking on the winner of this one, and then Popper Bluff. Popper Bluff will be taking on, in the 7:30 game, they will take on, it is now passing me. I believe it is the Sikeston Bulldogs. For more information on the bracket, be sure to log on to Aycorp Media's Facebook page and search by HCTV for all the updated bracket information on hand. There's so much action that Tommy and I can't even keep our hands on it. But you know what? That's why we enjoy the game. And what are we going to enjoy about this one coming up between Dexter and Kennett?
Well, Kennett, very athletic. They sub a lot. I watched them earlier in the year, throwing in 5 at a time, maybe doing that 3 times a quarter. I don't think they got as many players as they had then. I think we're going to see Kennett really struggle to guard Dexter. You know, you got Cole Nichols, of course, but boy, he has some guys. Is it Joseph Pate? Is that how you say that?
Yep, Logan Joseph Pate.
He's a fine player, and so is Truman Croft, and along with the other player. And both teams, I'm sure, is well coached. Know very little about Kennett's new coach, first year for him. But when Kennett's setting over Dexter with Chad Allen and Ron Nichols, in my opinion, that's 2 of the best.
No question, no question. Dexter will be, the winner of this game, they will be taking on the Poplar Bluff Mules. That is where we got a little confused there for just a second. So they'll be taking on, winner of this gets Poplar Bluff tomorrow night at 7:30. Notre Dame, we now know who they're playing. They're playing the Sikeston Bulldogs, a former district foe.
There you go.
Now that we've gotten that out of the way, why don't we fill the last piece of the puzzle when you come back? It is Dexter, it is Kennett. Coming up in just a moment. You're watching the 2022 SEMO Conference Tournament on the Aycorp Media Network.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots.
Serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
First State Community Bank has been named the #1 bank in Missouri by Forbes, and we think they might be onto something. When it comes to banking, we've always said that people should come first, and we hold true to that idea. Opening an account has never been easier. You can even do it online. We want our community to thrive, and that's why we put it in our name. So come bank with the certified best at First State Community Bank, serving our community because it's who we are.
Back here at the Fieldhouse, final game of day number 2 of the 2022 SEMO Conference Boys Basketball Tournament. As it is the 7 and 9 matchup, winner will get Poplar Bluff tomorrow night at 7:30, as we will be getting the starting lineups from the floor. Of course, the big story in this game, Kennett falling to Notre Dame last night by 20, 67-47 the final in that one. For Dexter, they took the loss to Cape Central last night, but off a dominant performance of Cole Nichols on the evening, getting 37 points as it stood. So now as Kennett is coming onto the floor, they're going to be led by number 0, Daniel Boatman, number 4, William Parker Gaines, number 10, Zacharion Taylor, number 15, Omarion Hubbard, and then number 25, Deshaun Wilson, led by Coach Noel Billings. Dexter now being introduced, coached by Chad Allen and Rob Nichols. The number 1, Braden Pullum, starting getting the lineup. Chris Stone, number 2. Number 14, Cole Nichols. Number 15, Truman Kropp. And then number 24, Peyton Bowles. So once again, same starting lineup as we saw last night against Cape Central. And for those who have had a chance to get to watch this Dexter team, the seed does not reflect how they play. They play physical, they play scrappy, and they do it off their leader, Cole Nichols.
Yes, that's right. They were really outmanned last night, and they hung right in there with that Cape Central team, and I thought had a chance, and they did have a chance to win that ball game.
They took a 15-11 lead in the opening game against the Tigers last night, but instead fell short to the Cape Central Tigers.
You know, I told you I knew very little about Kennett. I'm going to tell you what, this number 0, Daniel Boatman, is quite the football player.
We have seen him do well on the gridiron, and Kennett, once again, just historically successful in really all facets of the sport. Having successful in football and also in basketball as well. We've seen them multiple times on title night around Christmas time.
You bet.
It's going to be interesting to see with a primarily younger squad, too. Only 3 seniors for the Indians this year. Dexter coming in with a plethora of seniors. 6 out of 10 are seniors.
That's quite a group to lose in 1 year.
That it is. So if there's any time to make an advantage for Dexter, or take advantage of it, I should say, now is the time. It's in the hands of Nichols. Nichols gets it up to Kropp. Kropp 2-on-1, gets it outside, finds Bowles. Bowles fakes it. Bowled and stolen away by Kennett. Here comes Taylor. Taylor to Boatman, easy up and in. So great communication to get things going, and an immediate timeout. Or, well, hang on just a second. There's a stoppage of play. Don't know if it was a delay of game warning or not sure what happened, but we play on. That's all that counts.
You bet.
Dexter in their white uniforms with red trim and black letters with red trim, we should say. Kennett in their black uniforms, gold numbers, and gold and white trim. Indians moving the other way. There's Hubbard. Hands it off this time to Gaines Parker. So Kennett already back-to-back buckets to start this one from Boatman and Gaines Parker. And a whistle will be called this time on Kennett. That'll be number 10 as I carry on Taylor. So it's going to be interesting to see, too, kind of the youth that they'll be taking, that one of these teams will be taking on with the Poplar Bluff squad that has been playing teams to the brink, and yet they hung well with New Madrid last night.
Exactly. It was a very good game, wasn't it?
Very good game. All very good games last night. We expect that this one should be as well. It's back in the hands this time of Kropp. Kropp sets up, looks over to Nichols. Nichols 2-on-1, throws it up and in. So Cole Nichols, first of what could be many tonight. He is the heart and soul of this Bearcat squad. With a 4-2 deficit here in the first. Joe Northern, Tommy Jacobs, here with you on night number 2. 5 nights of basketball here at the Fieldhouse. The last of 3 this evening. Here's Nichols, tosses it up and gets it in to Peyton Bowles. So back-to-back countering buckets from Dexter.
Nichols sees the floor very well.
That he does. That's back to Taylor. A long shot coming from the hands of Hubbard. Will get a whistle. This time, I believe this will be on Dexter, and it will be on Cole Nichols. That'll be his first. And team foul number 1. So each team with a foul. Substitution coming in for Kennett. Left number 14, Ashton Williams, the dual guard forward for the Indians. Here's Taylor. Let's throw it off. Spin move now coming for Hubbard. Can't get it. Rebound back in the hands of Shun. Shun sets it over to Williams. No. Back in the hands of Gaines Parker. Gaines Parker, no. Throws it up and in this time for Deshaun Wilson. So both teams playing very similar styles, both methodical possessions here to start in this one.
Yes, they are. Cole Nichols, Kennett coach wants to push you off, but I don't see it. I just saw him, they made incidental contact. I don't think he's pushing off.
No push on that. That's the foul on Deshaun Wilson. That'll be his second foul, or team's second foul, his first in the early goings in this one. Again, these two teams meeting for the first time this year, certainly will not be the last. Could potentially meet as many as 4 times this season.
You're exactly right.
As Hubbard gets that up and in. Kennett with the advantage early, 8-4, 4:42 left in the first. As we'll take a quick
Growing
break.
cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
Back here at the Fieldhouse, tonight's game brought to you by Farm Credit. Farm Credit, a proud supporter of our coverage of the 2022 SEMO Conference tournaments. Kennett with the early lead in the going, 8-4. And Kennett just really taking advantage and really moving quicker. I've noticed that their possessions have been not necessarily run and gun, but quick and finding some of the open gaps, really with the small size of Dexter. This foul is going to be called this time on, it'll be on Kennett once more.
I think you're right. Kennett's very quick, and they don't want to play a slow down game. They want to speed it up.
This game, Kennett last season going 5-20 on the year. Is the air ball coming from Logan Josephate. And Kennett, you know, once again, just trying to get their first winning season in the last 3 years. They're currently 2-2 on the year. Losses to Cooter and Cape Notre Dame, but picking up 2 additional wins in the Hornersville tournaments. From what you've heard really about Kennett, you know, I don't know if rebuild is maybe the proper word to use, but they have a young core that really can strengthen up to something special in the future.
Yeah, you're right. I've watched them play twice. But the first time was in the Jamboree over at Campbell.
Right.
And they brought like 15 to 18 players. And I see
sure.
Maybe I'm sure they had to cut some after they got home, I don't know. But some of them that I remember seeing were pretty good players, not on the bench now.
Now we shall see, obviously, how they can grow. 8-5 our score. Kennett leading by 3. That's back in the hands of Josephate. Josephate settling in the guard play from Wilson. Wilson settles up, now finds Pullum. Pullum to Nichols, 2-on-1. Nichols spins, throws it up, but he'll have a chance to go to the line. We'll see the foul's going to be called this time on number 4 for Kennett. That is William Gaines Parker. Parker's got a bucket on the night and a board for Kennett. And the 4th team foul for Kennett. And as we mentioned with Cole Nichols, one of the most dominant shooters. He put in 4 3-pointers last night, went 11 for 14 from the free throw line against Cape Central yesterday. So no surprise that he had a dominant performance against the Tigers. He gets both into the cylinder. So a 1-point game. Dexter trying to battle back from the Kennett lead. 8-7 our score.
And I don't think this is what Kennett wants. They want to beat you down the court. Because Dexter sets up a good defense.
It's very pragmatic, if you will. Here's Gaines Parker. Gets cross-court pass. Finding Taylor. Taylor stolen away inside. And here comes Stone. Stone gets it across. Tries to connect with Bowles, but instead floats out of play. So we're starting to see a little bit of razzle-dazzle come from Dexter, but instead, little miscommunication floating out of play. It's 3:06 to go. Low-scoring affair early, with the winner having a date with the Poplar Bluff Mules tomorrow night in the late game.
Poplar Bluff looked pretty good yesterday.
That they did. Shot is off the mark coming from Wilson. And a quick rebound back in the hands of Williams. Can't get it. 2-on-1. Throws it up. That is off the mark. And back in the hands of Peyton Bowles. Bearcats now quickly moving it the other way. Open traffic for Nichols. No. Jump. And a little bit of a bobble for it. Who's going to come up with it? And it'll be a timeout instead. It's 2:22 left to go here in the first. We'll keep it right here. So Kennett once again only leading by 1, yet we feel like in this game it's going to be how long are you going to hang on to your possessions? How long will you really take the time to keep it moving?
Right.
And really just, going with it all right. If you have the possession for about 20 seconds or so, get those 4 passes, kind of like in that movie Hoosiers,
Right.
Get 4 passes before you can find a shot to put it in. And that's really been the identity for at least both of these two teams. at least in the early going of the season.
That's exactly right. This zone defense that Dexter's playing, it's hard to penetrate that. You either got to beat them down court or get there at the same time. You give them time to set that up. They're tough. Looks like a 1-2-2.
Mm-hmm.
And they really do a nice job with it.
So Dexter going to be settling in the 1-2-2. Keep in mind the run and gun is what hurt him a little bit against Cape Central last night. Here's Wilson. Sets it up top to Boatman. Gets the pass and now finding Williams. Williams at the top. Connecting with Hubbard. Hubbard throws it up. Here's Wilson for three. That is short. Rebound back in the hands of Bowles. And now Kennett going with a little bit of 2-on-1 trap. Gonna have to make an adjustment. Now it's Boatman trying to guard. As Nichols crosses the timeline. 1:45 to go. Sets up, now finds Josephate. Josephate to Nichols. Nichols, 2-on-1. Couldn't connect with Bowles, but saved by Stone. Stone at the top, 90 seconds to go here in the first. 8-7 our score, an advantage of the Indians. Josephate in and out. Bowles scores. So Dexter on a 5-0 scoring run here in the first. Gets him back up top. And taking some time once again, as we talked about, Tommy, really riding that 1-2-2 up for zone.
We bet.
Quick open gap. They get a foul on a little bit of a hold of the screen. That'll be on number 24 for Dexter. That'll be Peyton Bowles' first personal and team foul number 2. I can tell you that zone has been known to give teams lots of issues.
Yes.
Shot is up and a little bit chipped away from Peyton Bowles. Less than a minute to go here in the first. Bearcats crossing the timeline. Sets up, finding Josephate. Josephate trying to cross in, sets up, looks for Stone, gets it up and in. Chris Stone gets it in. 7-0 run for the Bearcats. So they're trying to add on more with 34 seconds left to go. Kennett kind of taking their time, setting up what offense they want to read against the zone. Here's Taylor. Taylor 2-on-1, sets up to Boatman. Boatman out to Taylor, fakes, drives, but too many steps.
Yeah, he took a little step before he had time to put the ball down.
Once again, if you have that forward movement, that's not going to benefit you one way or the other unless you take the dribbles. So 20 seconds to go. Going to be interesting to see if Dexter is going to go for the quick score or potentially take some time and leave it low for the moment.
Of course, they got the ball in Nichols' hands where they keep it in his hands. And
if there's anyone to have it, it's him.
You bet.
Here he goes. Yes.
What a nice move.
A spectacular spin move from Cole Nichols. 2 seconds, 1 second. That's going to be a high shot and off the mark from Wilson. At the end of one, Dexter 13 and Kennett 8. You're watching the 2022 SEMO Conference Boys Basketball Tournament on the Aycorp Media Network.
First State Bank and Trust is more than just products and services. We're there for you for your first paycheck, buying a home, opening a small business, starting a family, or planning to retire, and everything in between. We're the local bank you know and trust for all of your financial needs. Visit fsbtrust.com or stop by your local First State Bank and Trust to explore all of your financial options. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Kennett's an inbound to start the second quarter, 13-8 our score. Kind of what we expected to, not too much scoring, really kind of making it a defense, not necessarily a chess match per se, but just being really methodical with possessions and shooting.
Right. You know, Dexter was led, of course, by Cole Nichols. with 6, but Peyton Bowles chipped in 4 too.
So once again, those two top scorers, what we've come to expect. Nichols with a lights-out night last night. Bowles also had a great evening too, with 13, I believe, against Cape Central. Looking to confirm that foul be floated out of play. But, you know, once again, Dexter has developed that zone identity from at least of what we've seen under the coaching duo of Allen and Nichols, and that's been one that's been benefiting them.
You bet.
As Nichols misses that. Now we're starting to see a little run and gun. Here comes Wilson. Can't get it off the mark and rebounded by Pullum. So now you're going to start seeing both teams kind of turn on the Jets just a little bit more. So once again with the defenses, kind of wear them out a little bit. And settling up for the bounce pass to Peyton Bowles and the assist from Braden Pullum. And finding those open gaps are going to be key later on tonight. So 6:55 left to go, floating out of play. Substitutions upcoming. We'll see Chris Stone returning to play. With 6:54 to go, Bearcats on an 11-0 scoring run right now. That is kind of equivalent to what we've seen, you know, with most of these games here tonight. With, you know, teams starting out, they're getting double-digit runs to start either a second quarter, second half, even to start the game in the case of Jackson, you know. I think that's, you know, it's kind of what's setting some of these teams apart and who's going to make a longer run later on. As that'll be touched out of play and a whistle called this time on Kennett. We got the official ruling from our official Jay Piles. That'll be on Joe Tribble. That'll be his first foul and team foul number 1, or team foul number 5, excuse me, for the quarter. His first personal. And that'll be another one on Kennett, drawing it off Cole Nichols. And that one will be on number 24, Caden Taylor.
His first team foul number 6.
You got a text from Mullen. Mullen was victorious over Twin Rivers tonight, 67-59.
So that is only going to help, once again, for seeding implications between those two, and even district implications between those two. Exactly. Unless that is was that a tournament game, or was that a?
No, that's a regular season game.
That is going to have some implications in that Class 3 District 1. So
yeah, you bet. That evens Mullen's record at 2-2 now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, of course, both have to get past Charleston if they want to make any noise.
Oh my! Well, first of all, they're going to get by New Madrid.
Well, that too. That too. Again, with the class realignments being released just a couple of weeks ago, we've seen as William Gaines Parker gets it in. Really, what's going to be the easiest route for these teams to get to the postseason and get to late play in March, late play into February for some of the younger classes? And these two teams, if any of them have a route to really get there, they've kind of benefited with New Madrid going back to Class 3.
Right.
And the top 3, or at least the 3 that we get a chance to watch day in and day out, are Kennett, Dexter, and Notre Dame.
Right. And I'll tell you something. I don't think we need to take our eyes off Crothersville.
We shouldn't.
Apparently
Absolutely.
they're going to be in that Class 3 District 1 also. Mm-hmm. And then, you never know. Mullen may come around. I hope so. But, boy, that's a rough way. It's sad to think you got to go through New Madrid or Crothersville to get to Charleston.
That you do, but it's all about what you can do in the regular season. Shot is short this time from Joe Tribble. As he'll get the whistle, 16-10 our score, with Dexter leading over Kennett. As the crowd beginning to disperse after 2 nights of triple headers. We'll have a doubleheader tomorrow night. One of these teams fighting for a spot in the late game.
You were talking about the small schools, what's going to happen. So many of the small schools are going to have to stay healthy because they're low in numbers. Mm-hmm. And, to them, you lose a player, 1 player, 2 players, man, that just about shuts you down.
That it does. So once again, just staying healthy, staying the course. Well, it doesn't even matter what size of school you are. I mean, even here, staying healthy and consistent is going to be a major key, and we saw that with Charleston. going 3-2 in their stretch before PJ Farmer coming back tonight. Still have a day with Jackson tomorrow. Traveling violation this time on number 15. On Truman Kropp for Dexter. So 5:06 to go, kind of quiet game. Really one stat I'm kind of keeping an eye at too is rebounds so far tonight. Peyton Bowles leading it with 4 for the Bearcats. Kennett really just kind of spreading the wealth a little bit and scoring, but both teams just trying to get something on the boards, but cannot really drain anything of the shots. Another missed 3 coming from Caden Taylor.
Kennett's been putting up a 3 a lot, having not much success with it.
And you can live by the 3 ball or die by the 3 ball. And right now, it is not in the advantage of Kennett as Braden Pullum gets it up and in. Maybe this time it will be. Off and short this time for Dyson Watson. It's an 8-point game, 4:22. A spin move thrown up, but foul is drawn this time on William Gaines Parker with 4:19 to go. And a whistle this time on William Gaines Parker, so that'll be his second. Team foul number 4, as we will have Chris Stone, the 6'2 senior, shooting up for 2. He makes the first. 2 substitutions coming in for Kennett. We'll have number 14, Ashton Williams, number 25, Deshaun Wilson. Again, the thing to note about Kennett, only 3 seniors in the lineup. So you're going to see this team really kind of grow into their own identity moving forward, not just this week, but later on in the season, and try to get back on the winning track. Here's a pass coming in from Raspberry. He's trying to keep his hands on it. Taylor looking to reset it. Wilson trying to reset it. 2-on-1, crosses out to Taylor. A long 3, that is off and short. Rebound back in the hands of Peyton Bowles. Bowles gets it over to Nichols. Cross-court pass, sets up to Pullum. Jumper, just short. 2-on-1, little fight for it. But it was going to be last touched by Kennett. So 9-point lead, 3:40 left to go. Night number 2 of the 2022 SEMO Conference Tournament. Joe Northern, Tommy Jacobs. Our terrific Aycorp Media crew, Spencer Magruder, handling production directing duties tonight. And Tyler Lassiter on the graphics control. Shout out to all of our cameramen as well. Glad you're with us. The shot from Stone is going to be off the mark. Going to be foul on number 4, William Gaines Parker. That is his 3rd, so already Kennett having one of their starters in foul trouble. 8 team fouls here in the middle part of the second. Not something that you want to have to one of your starters.
No, you're right.
Shot is good for Chris Stone. So Stone getting a little bit of extra free throw points just to try to get Dexter back ahead. And they are by 11. So it looks like that was a 3-point foul shot too, as he's going to get one more crack at it. We've had 2 of those tonight, 2 fouls from the 3 arc. However, 2 for 3 for number 2, Chris Stone. 3:29 left to go, sets up. Now here's Taylor. Dexter settling back in their zone defense. Taylor, cross-court pass to Zakarian. Now back in the hands of Caden Taylor. Now to Amarian Hubbard. He drains the 3. That is a 3 that Kennett was looking for tonight.
Yes, it was.
And that is 5 points for the scoring leader, Amarian Hubbard, on the evening. Here comes Dexter the other way. 8-point game, 2:52 left to go here in the second. Gets it out and finds Stone. Dribbles, drives inside as Josephate answers with a little floater. So a 10-point game, 2:40 left to go. Half number 1. Dexter in control by 10. And a traveling violation. Boy, Kennett didn't want that one as the shot goes in, but no points. So 2.5 to go. Dexter taking over. Dexter doing a great job forcing some turnovers, too, on dead ball opportunities. So we'll see if that run's going to continue for them late into the late night tonight. Here's Nichols. Gets a jumper. It is good. So Cole Nichols, not to double-digit territory yet, but he's got 9 so far. And with 2:05 to go, stolen away by Peyton Bowles. So we're starting to see a little bit of scramble and skirmish from Kennett, just trying to make something happen. And an attempted block coming from Zacharion Taylor. But instead, we'll have Chris Stone go to the line again. So 8 fouls for Kennett coming into half number 2. Bearcats leading by 12. It's again going on an 11-0 run in the later stages of the first, starting off in the second to try to help add on to the lead and taking advantage of Kennett errors, turnovers, mishandled ball communication. That was the message that has been preached, is having more control, trying to limit those turnovers. And so far tonight, this Dexter defense has been giving Kennett a little bit of issues this evening. 1:40 to go. It's in the hands of Watson. Watson, cross-court pass, settles up to Taylor. 3-on-1, gets it outside, near open traffic. Now open traffic for Hubbard. Hubbard with another 3. So 2 3-point shots tonight for Omarion Hubbard. With
Kennett moved the ball pretty good that time, Joe.
That they did. And once again, just kind of taking some time, moving it up and out, and not necessarily in that offensive zone of Dexter, but just kind of playing where you can play. If you can do that, then you'll have those opportunities to kind of fake out the defense to move a little bit to the left and get it up and easy for 3. So Kennett trailing by 11. 1:09 left to go here in the first half. Here in the nightcap of the triple header here at the Fieldhouse. Taylor, bounce pass, finds Hubbard. 3 3-pointers for Omarion Hubbard. He's been bringing his team back into it. He's got 11 of Kennett's 19. Here's Josephate again, 3-on-1, gets it out to Kropp for 3. He can't answer back, but saved by Nichols. Here's Stone for 3, that's short. And Kennett moving the other way, 33 seconds to go. Sets up now, back to Taylor. Taylor fakes, looks to Watson. Now to Williams, no. Kennett trying to get the offensive board. It was last touch by Nichols, so Kennett is going to have an opportunity maybe to hold for the last shot, but they were down by as many as 16. They have cut that in half on an 8-0 run right now. And bounce pass coming from Williams. Sets up over for Hubbard. Hubbard will throw it away, and miscommunication on behalf of the Indians. So a backcourt violation as number 25, Deshaun Wilson, just lets it float. So once again, number 32, Blake Raspberry, he looked like he had his guy, but just was a little bit to the other direction. Nichols, no. Nichols, yes. So Cole Nichols getting his own rebound and the bucket. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. And that's going to be the end of the first half. So the Bearcats leading over Kennett 29-19 thanks to an 11-0 run and just consistent scoring across the board from all of their players, led by Cole Nichols and Chris Stone. We'll be back to tally up the stats and results, join you just before the start of the second half here from the Fieldhouse. Bearcats lead over Kennett 29-19 here in the night number 2, opening round of the 2022 SEMO Conference Tournament. We're back in a little bit.
First, are you wanting to spend more time with your family this Christmas, but don't know where to start? December 1st through the 25th, Aycorp Media will be broadcasting 25 days of fun, engaging activities straight from Tana Odell's book, Christmas Together. Each night will contain devotions, cooking, and family fun for you to join in on. To find out more and purchase your copy today, visit our website and join us for each episode in December on Aycorp Media's YouTube and Facebook.
At Focus Bank, we believe in really free checking. What does that mean? Well, opening an account requires no more than $25 with no minimum balance requirements or monthly service charges. You'll also have access to online and mobile banking, online bill pay, direct deposits, mobile deposits, automatic payments, e-statements, a nationwide network of ATMs, and an instant issue debit card, all for free. Your first order of checks is on the house, and you'll also receive a complimentary thank you gift. Come visit us in Sikeston, Charleston, Crothersville, or East Prairie. Focus Bank. Simple, hassle-free checking that's really free.
Mathis Funeral Home of Dexter and Bernie strives to provide their community with the accommodations and services needed to relieve your family during times of loss. For more information, give them a call and see how Mathis Funeral Home can help meet your expectations in celebrating your loved ones.
For over 100 years, Stoneville Cotton has helped farmers stay strong and win their growing seasons, delivering protection against key weeds and insects to maximize their yield potential. For more information, visit our website. Stoneville Cotton, own the early.
Experience the magic of Christmas in the Hollow. An all-new Christmas tradition awaits, where your family can find and take home the perfect tree, ride the train through the Wonderland Christmas lights, and even meet the big man himself. Don't forget to visit the shops for decorations, tasty goodies, or that perfect holiday gift. There's so much to do and see. It's like a Christmas movie come to life. Christmas in the Hollow at Pumpkin Hollow. For more information, visit pumpkinhollow.com.
If you feel like you never get the time you need with your insurance agent to find the right coverage, it might be time to make a change. Tyler Miller of Flatland Ag Insurance in Clarkton works to make sure, each and every day, that his clients feel they are taken care of. With years of experience in crop insurance in 4 states, he strives to provide you with the exact coverage you need for your specific situation. For more information, give Tyler a call at 573-276-8044. Here's to another great year.
Growing cotton in the Mid-South is hard work. As a farmer, you make tough decisions every day. Choosing a cotton variety shouldn't be one of them. Next-gen brand varieties from Americot are bred specifically for cotton growers like you. We're 100% independent and farmer-owned. Plant cotton that works as hard as you do. Americot. All we do is cotton, all the time.
Does your business need, literally anything? When we founded CNS Cleaning Supply, our goal was simple. Become a one-stop shop for anything and everything your operation might want. From car care to condiments, mops to markers, soaps to staplers, and everything in between. Which is a lot. CNS has got you covered. Give Delane Beckwith a call at 573-217-0104 or visit cscleaningsupply.com to get set up with, well, literally everything. Tell them Delane sent you.
We're for agriculture. For growers, doers, whatever it takers. We're for doing things with purpose. We're for the little guy with big guy dreams. We're for agriculture. We're for you. Nutrien Ag Solutions, leading the field.
Julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 woo!
If Moreland's not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
At Young Real Estate, we're Southeast Missouri, just like you.
We are parents.
We are teachers.
We are grandparents.
We are active in our community.
We are patriots.
Serving all of Southeast Missouri, and we are here for you.
We are young.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
We're back here at the Fieldhouse in Sikeston. Joe Northern, along with the dean of our basketball coverage, Tommy Jacobs. It is 29-19 in advantage of the Dexter Bearcats. And Tommy, it was exactly like what we thought it was going to be, with Dexter, dominating off the hand of Cole Nichols, but yet it's been that defense and methodical possessions that's kept them in the lead.
You're exactly right. Cole Nichols is the one to keep the ball in his hands because he sees the court so well, and he can drive, and he draws a lot of attention when he drives in there, and he can dish it up. He's just an all-around player.
That he is. I mean, once again, with the dominant performance he had against Cape Central last night, and, just continuing that tonight as we take a look at some of the first half stats. Cole Nichols with 11 points, 1 foul, 5 rebounds. Peyton Bowles not too far behind. Peyton Bowles dominating the boards, too. He's got 6 and 6 points. Chris Stone getting work done on the free throw line with 7 points and 2 rebounds. Meanwhile, Kennett had a little bit of a run going to kind of close out the second half. Off the hand of Omarion Hubbard, he's got 11 points at Kennett's 19. What does Kennett need to do to get back in half number 2?
Well, they're going to have to move the ball around like they did the last and get a good three-point shot. Not just the first three-point shot, because they want to launch everything. Sure. And they don't have any inside game. And a lot of reason for that is because they're good defensive Dexter. But, hopefully they'll get on track and do good, because Kennett's got a good tradition on their sports program. And I hate to see them down. But they're playing against a very good Dexter team. And they play, they like to get the ball up and down the court. Mm-hmm. If they can't do that, it seems to be in trouble.
Absolutely.
And speaking of Kennett, we were visited with Fred Garman.
Yes,
that
we
came
were.
up at half and visited with it. He was one heck of a basketball player.
Fred Garman was just an absolute electric performer to watch for so many years, and also electric coaching too. We should mention as well. So good to see him and familiar faces, and I know we'll be seeing a lot more familiar faces in this week to come. Second half underway. Dexter moving left to right on your screen, and who else to start it?
That's right.
Who else to start it?
He's just an all-around player. That's all you can say.
Definitely will be earning some all-tournament, potentially, we would hope, some all-state honors at some point, too.
Yeah.
But a nice answer back from Kennett's leading scorer, Omarion Hubbard. He has 13. So both teams looking like they're going to play pretty fast-paced to kind of get things going, but then slowly settle to that methodical run. Maybe not so much of a chess match as we expected. And a nice little give and go from the hands of Pullum to Bowles.
Good ball fake, flipped it over to his teammate. I like to see that.
So definitely like to see that, and just, you know, the strong play and just, you know, just making that zone look like clockwork. Example A right there. Braden Pullum shoots off the mark, gets it over the head. Or excuse me, Hubbard jumping over the head of Pullum. Stolen away by Nichols, but foul's going to be called on the block. This time by Kennett and number 25, Deshaun Wilson. That'll be his second, team foul number 1, and it will be a situation where it's 5 in, 5 out for Kennett. So a little bit of a line change coming up for the Indians. 6:47 left to go. Dexter in control. And even more so with back-to-back Cole Nichols buckets.
And you know the thing about it, Cole Nichols not a ball hog. He takes no shots that he shouldn't take. And he still dishes off to his teammates. But he's a good team player, and he's just an all-around good athlete.
And really just taking the time to kind of dish the assists and, you know, looking for that open gap, having a really good ball IQ. But if he finds a way to get it in on his own, he'll absolutely do so. There's no question. 2-on-1 pressure this time on Nichols. He's trying to get it out. He does to Bowles. Bowles with a spin, but a block, and draws the blocking foul. Great movement to try to draw that in to get 2. So we will see Bowles go to the line. That foul's going to be on number 24, Caden Taylor, his second, and the second team foul for Kennett. So that is where we do see Peyton Bowles at the line, trying to break the double-digit club for himself. Had a very good performance against Cape Central last night, and this is the first. So with round 2 lingering upon us, semifinals lingering upon us tomorrow with a consolation, and then semifinal nights lingering on Thursday evening. You talk about surprises. I mean, really, what has surprised you the most thus far?
Well, it's just the parity in this thing. You know, this and the Charleston game, you know, you just pretty well can tell the outcome.
3-point shot by Tribble.
But, you know, Poplar Bluff's going to come in here, and they're going to go against, and they're going to be as quick or quicker than Dexter. But Dexter's got such basketball mentality. And so it's just it's been a fun game, and there's always good basketball in SEMO Conference.
That there is, and there's always someone waiting under the bucket, and that's Chris Stone. It's now a 14-point lead for the Bearcats. And the middle stages of this third quarter, bounce pass going to be stolen away by Bowles. Takes it up to Kropp, and now back to Nichols again. Nichols 3-on-1, is going to get the offensive foul. So once again, great hindsight for number 24,
right,
Caden Taylor, to know that Nichols was going to be moving quick and to try to draw that charge as soon as he could. 5:04 to go. Dexter has been dominating. Story of the evening thus far. Teams going on long runs and not giving up on them. We'll see if those runs are going to sustain coming into tomorrow's efforts and the consolation bracket and Thursday night for championship brackets. Shot is going to be short and off the mark from Wilson. Bounce pass thrown away. Another whistle will be called on Dexter. We'll see who this will be on. It will be on Peyton Bowles. That'll be his second and team foul number 2 for the Bearcats. Yeah, tonight's game is brought to you by Farm Credit. Farm Credit, proud supporter of our coverage of the 2022 SEMO Conference tournaments. Be sure to find them online at farmcredits.com. 38-24 our score. Dexter in control of Kennett. And it looks like we're going to get another whistle. 1 and a technical foul this time. on Kennett, it appears, and it looks like it's going to be on, I believe, or actually, no, that's going to be on Dexter. Braden Pullum is going to get the technical for the Bearcats.
I didn't see what happened.
Well, Pullum is going to get the technical. That's going to float in and out for number 14, Ashton Williams. So substitution coming in. Pullum be taking a seat, and it looks like number 14, or excuse me, number 11, Logan Josephate coming in play. Nichols currently leading the Bearcats with 15. Chris Stone and Peyton Bowles with 9 apiece. Omarion Hubbard leading for Kennett with 13. And William Gaines Parker with 4. Scoring leaders tonight for Kennett and Dexter. 3-on-1 pressure, gets it out to Gaines Parker. Gets the pass, finds Caden Taylor. Stolen away by Dexter. Nichols tries to get a hand on it. He can't, he's met up by Hubbard. Hubbard looking to drive 2-on-1, slipped up at a block foul on the Bearcats. So Kennett continuing to try to make some noise. Really good hindsight and defensive mind just to try to draw those fouls.
Yeah, that's right. And that was a good call. That was a blocking foul.
Again, with Stone just kind of nudging in a little bit. It's exactly what they needed, and so did Josephate. We'll see what our officials call that. That'll be number 11, Logan Josephate, picking up his second personal and team foul number 3. So again, we will see Ashton Williams return to the line and miss the first. Don't forget, folks, tournament coverage for us doesn't end after Friday. We'll be with you December 26th through 29th. For the 66th annual Bloomfield Christmas Tournament. All 26 games live across the Aycorp Media family of networks. So be sure to join us for some of the most exciting days of basketball at one of the most historic tournaments in the region. We know these two teams will be there. For more information, be sure to log on and find us on Facebook and Twitter at Aycorp Media. 13-point game. High shot. It's going to be a traveling violation, so no foul. Dexter will continue to move it on with 3:37 to go. 38-25 our score. So time just continuing to go. And a high pass back of the hands of Wilson. Wilson over to Williams. Gets the dish out. Finds Gaines Parker for 3. It's short. Dexter now moving it back the other way. The chance of airball now being sung by the student section. And a foul drawn with Nichols heading to the line. Foul looks like it's going to be on number 14. Nope, that'll be on just William Gaines Parker himself. So that's his 4th. And team foul number 4. Quick moving third quarter. Only 9 points for the Bearcats in this third quarter. Kennett only putting up 6, so we thought it was going to be fast-paced to start, but instead ends up being more so with those long, drawn-out possessions and taking all the time in the world if need be.
That's true.
Nichols with the shot, good. Nichols with 17 on the night, 3:19 to go here in the third. Bearcats in cruise control right now, but don't want to give up too easy. Neither does Kennett. 3-point shot is missed by Joe Tribble. So Nichols going past 2 men, and the foul drawn on from number 15, Omarion Hubbard. That'll be his first, and team foul number 5, excuse me, for Kennett. There's a high shot coming from Nichols. He's got 20 again. So Cole Nichols, he had 4 threes last night, starting to add it up again, and a returning 3 for number 25, Deshaun Wilson. And the foul.
And a foul. Underneath, push-off.
So that makes things a little interesting, but not on the shot, so they won't be going to the free throw line. but off the push-off instead. Gets Kennett within 15. And a turnover forced out by Dexter, so Kennett will retain it with 2:43 to go. So Kennett just trying to hang on. Gets the bounce off the foot. Will still stay with the Indians. And a timeout will be called at 2:41 to go. We will take one to Bearcats riding high here in the third. Take a look at a summary for Kennett. It has been interesting on shooting tonight, going 11 for 15 in this initial going, we should say. 11 for 15 when it comes to field goals for each team, but once again, it's been turnovers that have been the thing that have been killing them. Meanwhile, for Dexter, we take a look, 15 for 19 when it comes to shooting, but well, at least that is what the numbers say. We'll wait to get the final statistics when they come out later tonight. Is our statistician and producer extraordinaire, Luke Carter. 11 for 15 in the first quarter, we should say. We can't say there was some strong shooting to get it going.
Yeah, that's right.
And Dexter just continuing to have strong shooting here in this third quarter. They lead it by 15, 2.5 to go here in this elimination game for these two teams. Another three-point shot, this time from Truman Kropp. Kropp now extends the lead to 18. First time we've called his name tonight.
And that's unusual.
That is, because whenever we've seen Dexter, we've seen Kropp be kind of emerging himself as one of the leading shooters for this team. And yet, just kind of a quiet evening for him with obviously Cole Nichols dominating, but Chris Stone and Peyton Bowles each with 9. So it's an 18-point game, 2:06 left to go.
You know, Kennett just can't get a run started. You know, they'll score, then they may go dry for a while. They can't get a run started to make this thing interesting.
The one thing that they had a run going was the back-to-back-to-back shots from Amari and Hubbard, just really feeling, you know, just kind of the hot hand on the three-point shots. But other than that, it feels maybe one bucket, 2 additional Dexter buckets.
Yeah,
one bucket or opportunity. Stealing an opportunity this time for Zachariah Taylor to cut it within 16. But you're right. I think it's just like kind of those sustained runs, and not even if you're getting a bucket or two, but, you know, just hanging on to those possessions and not making any mistakes. And trying to get some of those defensive dead boards.
Right.
Just as Taylor has right now. 3-on-1 traffic, gets it up and in to William Gaines Parker. So now Kennett cutting it within 14. This is kind of the momentum that they've been looking for all evening. And you called it, Tommy. They needed a run, and they're trying at least.
They're giving it a whirl.
Here's Pullum.
Oh, what a block.
Blocked by Gaines Parker. And a steal and a nearly pummeling in the stands from Chris Stone. But it does move Kennett forward a little bit nonetheless. Trailing by 14, 52.3 to go. And they're going to get the advantage on the inbound pass. So it will be from Deshaun Wilson. He'll get it up to Taylor, 50 seconds to go. Gonna try to go for a little bit of a fake. Dexter settling in their zone. Here's Taylor. Taylor gets it out. Top of the arc. We'll get a whistle. And it will be on number 24, Peyton Bowles. That will be his third and team foul number 7. So Bowles in a little bit of foul trouble right now. So he is one of the towering presences, and that's good news if you're Kennett because now you enter to 1-1 territory.
Exactly. You know, Kennett has really battled. You know, just had a lot of things fall their way. And when you're playing against a good Dexter team, you know, that they're going to win some games. Kennett's going to win some games.
Absolutely. It's a quick give and go to Truman Kropp. So he answers back. Dexter now leading once more by 16. Largest lead of the night has been 20 as it stands. Ball floats out of play once more. So 20.3 left to go. Dexter in control, inbounds pass coming from Chris Stone. Got a 2-on-1 pressure, 16 seconds remaining. See if Nichols will try to hang on for the last shot. Getting past Hubbard. Falls short, 6 seconds. Kennett's gonna have to do something here. Gets it up to Taylor.
Boom, it's another buzzer.
That could be the spark they needed from Deshaun Wilson. Cuts the lead within 13. Tommy said that Kennett needed to go on a little bit of momentum. Maybe that's some of the momentum they need.
That's right.
We head to the fourth. It is Dexter 48, Kennett 35. You're watching the SEMO Conference Tournament on the Aycorp Media Network.
At Focus Bank, we believe in really free checking. What does that mean? Well, opening an account requires no more than $25 with no minimum balance requirements or monthly service charges. You'll also have access to online and mobile banking, online bill pay, direct deposits, mobile deposits, automatic payments, e-statements, a nationwide network of ATMs, and an instant issue debit card, all for free. Your first order of checks is on the house, and you'll also receive a complimentary thank you gift. Come visit us in Sikeston, Charleston, Crothersville, or East Prairie. Focus Bank, simple, hassle-free checking that's really free.
Julep, pop julep, pop julep,
If more than not on the back of your vehicle, you paid too much.
Welcome back to Sikeston. Here at the Fieldhouse, 48-35 our score. Dexter in control in this elimination game with a late three-point shot coming from Deshaun Wilson to cut it within 13. Kennett riding with a little bit of momentum at the end of this third quarter. We'll see if they can try to build on that. And they do with the early shot from Zacharion Taylor. So now we're starting to see more pressure and Kennett really forcing a press to try to make Dexter really just force those possessions out.
You bet. You know, they pull back within, 11? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's the closest they've been since middle stages of the second half, I believe. Or of the second quarter, that is. We'll get a whistle this time on number 10, Zacharion Taylor. So that'll be his third.
Team foul number 5.
And the scoreboard says 6 team fouls. The book may have it at 5. Nonetheless, almost 1 away for Dexter to hit to the bonus. Shot is short. Nichols can't get it up. Responding back, yes. Cole Nichols answering back with the putback. And now with 22 on the evening, Dexter back up by 13. So Kennett still showing some life. Taylor in control. Sets up at the top, finds Caden Taylor. Now it's Zacharion, back to Caden. And stolen away, but a foul, this time on Kennett. So that'll be on Hunter Kurt, that'll be his first. And team foul number 6. So that was an adjustment, so Kennett gave away the last one they could, and then it will be free throws the rest of the way for Dexter in the 1-and-1 until you see 10 on the board. 50-37 our score. Dexter in the lead, Kennett riding some momentum. These two teams meeting for the first time this season. Won't certainly be the last time they meet. Potentially meeting in districts in February. They do have a game on the regular season schedule slated. I believe that is in January, if I understand correctly, either January or early February on. 50-37 our score, 6:27 to go. Bounce pass now to Williams. Gets it high off the hands of Hubbard. He can't get it. Here comes Peyton Bowles, and that is blocked away by Omarion Hubbard as he floats into the stands for a minute. So great hustle coming in. If you could give hustle points, you would definitely give him hustle points.
Yes.
Here's the inbounds pass. Settles up to Krupp. It's good. He has said, I'm our shooter. That's what I do.
There you
and he
go.
does it again. He's got 8. All in the second half, too, we might add. 16-point game once more for the Bearcats. Kennett looking to answer back of a 3 of their own. That's short. That goes back to William Parker Gaines. Gaines Parker, that is, and that's good. So a 14-point game. Kennett really taking advantage, just trying to rush it up as quick as they can, but continuing to have possession and controlling the ball possession. That's the one thing that they've wanted to work on since their opening tournament at Zenith Hornersville, or Gideon, I should say.
Gideon, yes.
They did play Zenith Hornersville in that one, though.
Yeah, I think they beat Zenith for 3rd.
Yep, that is correct. They had the loss to Cooter, and I think Clarkton was the first game they had this season, if I understand correctly.
Probably right.
Yep. Shot from Nichols is up and good. And you know, one tournament that obviously with our upcoming coverage in 3 weeks in Bloomfield, a lot of those teams are going to be playing next week in Clarkton, as we might add, and that
yes, they are.
And that is, you know, kind of interesting how some teams have been able to double up in tournament play, and you know, for some it's kind of, I don't want to say an advantage, but has been a little bit of an advantage in our eyes. We saw it last year with Portageville winning that. And we saw Malden make a deep run last season. Now Malden losing some key components, but you know, really, do you think having another tournament underneath your belt before going into another large-scale event, does that really help you out?
Well, in most cases, yes. You know, it gives you the atmosphere for one thing, and of course, there's no comparison to any atmosphere that you have at Bloomfield. It's just great. But you know, down at the Clarkton tournament, you've got Portageville being that, Malden will be in there. And you know, they could possibly beat 2 or 3 different more times. So it's something else.
And also, too, keep in mind for some of the larger scale schools and those up in the north, such as your Cape Centrals, Jacksons, Charlestons of the world, those teams potentially meeting up with each other over and over again.
Correct.
So, yep, and I forget Donovan also, another strong component, could be in that Bloomfield tournament. They're playing in Clarkton next week, too.
Timeout, Dexter.
Timeout will be called. We'll keep it here.
Of course, Donovan beat Malden by 2 first game of the season. They have an opportunity, if they both win, to meet up in the semifinals again.
That they could. It's just, you know, always interesting this time of year because we are starting to see these teams take their form and take their mold and really build upon that. So I'm going to be interested to see not only how this is going to shake out, not just for these 2 teams, but for everybody, but for all 9 involved. And keep in mind, too, Sikeston, New Madrid, Poplar Bluff, they've got some pretty tough tournaments of their own, despite not being involved in the Big 2, if you will.
Exactly. You bet.
And just kind of those components as well. So looking ahead to tomorrow, Jim Riker, Bobby Alford will have the call for you starting a little before 6 p.m. You know, tomorrow in the consolation, what do you like from really the 4 teams, or we should say 5, barring something that happens here, that'll be playing tomorrow?
Well, I think we'll see basically a better game than we're seeing now by both sides. 'Cause I don't think Dexter's really got off the type of game that they can get off. You know, they're just, 53-39. I think there'll be some good games tomorrow.
They definitely will be. I'm going to be interested to see how Notre Dame and Sikeston will kind of match up against each other, too. Notre Dame with, you know, the slow possessions, kind of taking your time. Sikeston did show opportunities on the run and gun and had a few more shots went their way. Could have been a little bit different than what it was tonight. foul this time, number 25, Deshaun Wilson. Going to be interested to see how those two teams are really going to match up tomorrow in the early game. Because I can tell you right now, Sikeston does have multiple stars. They are young, and they, in the next couple of years, have the potential of doing just really great things.
Sikeston had a young man come off the bench in the fourth quarter, I believe, and he came in and done a lot of great things. I don't know if he was in trouble or what, but he didn't play very much, but he was a big kid.
Yep, no, Morgan McCauley coming in late had a great fourth quarter for the Bulldogs, so we'll be interested to see a little Bulldog battle. That'll be at 6 p.m. tomorrow night.
Sure will.
So now we see Dexter continuing to move, getting the block as well. Here's Nichols once more, throws it up, no, but can get the foul and draw it. This time from Kennett.
And then we'll see tomorrow night, will it be at Dexter and Poplar Bluff?
As it stands right now,
if it holds.
I mean, we've seen stranger things happen, so I don't want to be superstitious, but, but maybe nothing is official until it's an ink. But
I would say,
but
Dexter has a good chance.
So let's leave it at that.
And that could be a good game.
It very well could be, you know, and those two, you know, you're getting all these SEMO Conference games early on, setting you up to play, you know, later on in the year. And playing 4 games in 4 days is going to be tough.
You bet.
I mean, it's tough for any team no matter what tournament you're in, but really in this where it's an advantage if you're only playing 3. So we're halfway home here in the fourth quarter. Dexter leading by 17. The pieces to the puzzle almost set for us. And for the rest of the way, doubleheaders tonight, tomorrow night, and Thursday night. And then we're back to triple header action on Friday. Shot is up and good.
Potential 4-point play.
That is a little 4-point play. Second time we could have seen that opportunity tonight. That'll be on Cooper Henfling getting the bucket. Peyton Bowles, however, with the foul. So a nice little 4-point play off the hand of Cooper Henfling, that power guard. He's been playing a little bit of forward tonight, too.
Yeah.
So it's a 14-point game again. That'll be a foul again on Kennett. 32, Blake Raspberry. That'll be his second. Now Dexter will be shooting 2 the rest of the way. So you're seeing that kind of foul to win at this point just to try to draw a chance. But if you're going to be fouling, you know, some large shooters on this team, good luck.
Really?
Ethan Zabling into the game for Dexter, the 6'3" junior, making 1 of 2. 3.5 to go. Dexter up by 15. Looking to hang on in this one. 3-point shot is off the mark. Rebounds into the hands of Cooper Henfling. Back up to Gaines Parker. Settles up over to Wilson. 3-on-1 pressure. Clears it. Gets over to Wilson again once more. And a timeout called by Kennett. We'll take it with him. Bearcats cruising over the Indians, 57-42. Back in a moment.
If you feel like you never get the time you need with your insurance agent to find the right coverage, it might be time to make a change. Tyler Miller of Flatland Ag Insurance in Clarkton works to make sure, each and every day, that his clients feel they are taken care of. With years of experience in crop insurance in 4 states, he strives to provide you with the exact coverage you need for your specific situation. For more information, give Tyler a call at 573-276-8044. Here's to another great year.
Tonight's games of the 2022 SEMO Conference Tournament brought to you by Farm Credit, by First State Community Bank, and by Focus Bank. 57-42 our score. Dexter taking control, and really the story of the night has been taking a long run of double digits and not looking back. That's been the story for all 3 games tonight, and that's what's led to all 3 winners. or we should say 2 of 3 winners. This one not confirmed. See, I'm jumping ahead myself, Tommy. 3:10 left to go here in the 4th. Here's Watson. Now hands it off again to Henfling. No. Henfling on the recovery. Dexter going in with a little bit of a trap with Clayton Bell in the game. Cross-court pass, sets up, finds Wilson for 3. That is short. Rebound back in the hands of Nichols. Nichols drawing it on his own, gets flopped to the floor, and he is down for a second. But quick to get back up. So Kennett will inbound, 2:45 to go. Reminder, after the game, we'll break down all 3 games for you, get you prepped up for tomorrow's consolation doubleheader here from the Fieldhouse. 2-on-1 pressure coming from Kennett, 2:29 to go. Sets up, and the foul as Josephate will go to the line. Foul is going to be on number 5 for Kennett, Joe Tribble, the sophomore. That'll be his 2nd team over the limit. So Logan Josephate at the line. So a 15-point game. Josephate wants to make it 17. He won't with the first missed free throw. So tomorrow night, 2 more games. Hard to believe we are already halfway home, or nearly halfway home, we should say, in this tournament. 2-on-1 from Henfling. That's good. So a 13-point game. Kennett, this is the one thing I've noticed about this Kennett team, too, over the past couple of days, is that they don't want to go down easy. They're going to continue to fight all 32 minutes, which you don't really want to settle immediately and, be like, well, we're not going to win. Let's just try to throw something up. But no, I love what this team is doing and just continuing the fight and the battle. And the chemistry that they've been developing, too, I think, has been noteworthy, and that's only going to continue as the season progresses.
That's just going to make them stronger. They're just going to be stronger and come together and unite as a team. They get a few wins under their belt, they could come together.
Said they're trying to look for their first winning season in 3 seasons. And currently they have the squad that can at least get them on the right track of doing so. It's Watson in 2-on-1 pressure, less than 2 minutes to go here in this one. 3-point shot from Watson is off the mark. Rebound back by Dexter, sets up over to Kropp. That's going to be an easy up and in for him. As we are down to 100 seconds remaining here in day number 2. And now we're going to see both teams bringing in substitutions. Another line change upcoming for Kennett in the last minute 28. Josephate is going to get blocked and fouled this time by Tribble. So we take a look as some of these substitutions could be coming in. Cole Nichols at 25 points on the night so far, 10 rebounds. That is what we like to call a double-double.
Yes.
Omarion Hubbard with 13 points for Kennett tonight. And Logan Josephate trying to get some points on the board for himself. He's got 4. And now we've got some substitution coming in. Nathan Harris and number 13, Luke Worley entering the game. And then a slew of substitutions for Kennett. Daniel Boatman returning to action. Omarion Hubbard, number 24. Caden Taylor, number 4. William Gaines Parker. And the shot is up and good. And number 10, Zacharion Taylor. Here in the last 78 seconds to go in this one. So Kennett, barring anything strange in the next minute and 7 seconds, will go to 2-3 on the season. Dexter, on the other hand, will look to improve to 3-1.
Yeah, I think you can call this. This is not like politicians. It's too close to call. I think you can call it.
I don't think this is too close to call. Well, we don't put the final until we see triple zeros, but
we could give you the final score after.
We could do that, yes. We absolutely could do that. And don't forget, folks, to go back and watch all of the action.
You bet.
Feel free to go back and watch all the streams of tonight's action and last night on our YouTube channel. So search Aycorp Media, search your hometown channel to find all the games streaming. You'll see day 1 in its entirety, day 2 as soon as we're done here. And then you'll find the links for tomorrow going live early in the afternoon. 63-44. Steal up now to Josephate. Josephate just taking some time. Bearcats up by 19. Over to Worley. They want to see these guys who don't get too much opportunity to score in.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if they can do it. Well, they're going to get the steal, however. That is in the hands of Gaines Parker.
William Gaines Parker.
We can say all 3 games did have a slam dunk tonight.
Yes. Jackson had several.
Jackson had several. Charleston had a few. And then Gaines Parker gives us the trifecta. So if you had that on your bingo card,
right.
You might be a winner. Final score, 63-46. Back to wrap it all up in a moment.
Dexter will play tomorrow night against Poplar Bluff.
We're right here at King Jerry Lawler's Hall of Fame Bar and Grill on world-famous Beale Street, and as you can see, oh my gosh, we have the best barbecue ribs in Memphis. Oh my gosh, the gumbo is out of this world, but you gotta try the King's Triple Decker Slam Burger. You'll love it.
Final score in game number 3 of this 2022 SEMO Conference tournament. It is Dexter victorious over Kennett 63-46. Dexter goes to 3-1 on the season. Kennett is eliminated and will fall to 2-3 as we welcome you back. Joe Northern, Tommy Jacobs with you. It was a close game for things in the first, but Dexter going on a long run to get a 10-point lead, as much as an 18-point lead in the first half, and just quite simply didn't look back from there.
That's right. That's true. And I've got to give Kennett credit. They fought, and I really like that. And it's going to come together for them. You know, they're going to get a right mix out there before long. We hope.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, Kennett just taking a look to see of when their next game will be. We do know for Dexter, they do have a next game, and that is going to be coming up tomorrow night. They'll be taking on the Poplar Bluff Mules. That'll be the late game in our doubleheader. And then the early game we'll have will be Sikeston taking on Notre Dame at 6. Our coverage starts at 5:50. We'll turn on the stream just a little bit before for those of you wanting to join in. That'll be right here on the Aycorp Media Network, so please feel free to join us for consolation action. And now we take a look at the championship side of things. By the way, too, Kennett's next game, that is going to be at home against South Pemiscot on December 13th. So they've got a week layoff. They'll play again next Tuesday night against the Bulldogs in Kennett. So now we take a look at the championship bracket as well. The semifinals for that are set and kind of went nearly as expected as we thought. However, Charleston and Jackson, after looking at these two teams tonight, looks a little more competitive on paper than what we thought it was going to be at the beginning of the week.
Well, it sure surprised me. I knew Charleston was going to be good, and I knew Jackson had an opportunity, but Jackson looked really good tonight. They're big, they're quick, and they could deal Charleston some fits.
They very well could. I mean, having, the combination of Clayton Ernst, Judd Thoma, and Grant Borgfield, too, I think, just the high shooters that they have, I think, was just absolutely on point, and, it's going to give them some issues on Thursday night. They do have the day to rest and prepare to watch film, but that is going to be an interesting one on Thursday night. And then the late game, the rematch of last year's championship, Cape Central and New Madrid County Central. What are your thoughts on that one, looking ahead?
As my old friend Bill Hampton used to say, it's going to be a barn burner.
I knew that was going to be mentioned at some point in the night. We finally got it in right as we're about to close this down. Oh, my goodness. Well, and it very well could be because of just the dominant forces that they have. I mean, once again, you have New Madrid with B.J. Williamson and Jaden Jones, and Cape Central, too, with just so many weapons that they have, and LaTroy McIntosh, Cam Williams, Jay Reynolds. I mean, that that was a championship game on paper last year. It's going to feel like one on Thursday night.
I think you're right, and I think we'll see this place pretty full Thursday night because all those teams are going to bring a lot of fans.
All I can say is prepare early, get your parking ready early because you are going to be here for a long time should you make it in the arena. Of course, if you're not and want to watch us, we'll be happy to take that too.
You bet. That's what's great about high school basketball in this area now. Who would have thought this back when you did that game, 16, that we would be bringing live sporting events? I think it's great.
I think it is, and it couldn't have been done better, not said better than by one of the deans of our coverage in Tommy Jacobs. Tommy, I never thought we'd ever get the chance to team up to do a game again, but I'm so happy it's been able to work out, and excited to hear you and Darren. Shout out to Darren Scott as well for his debut this evening. I'm going to be excited to hear you guys on Thursday night.
I look forward to it, and I'll apologize. I had a little bit of a hoarse throat, but I enjoyed it.
Well,
you did a good job.
You didn't fool me on the hoarse throat, Tommy, so all is good. Your final score in game number 2, it is Dexter over the Kennett Indians, 63-46. As a reminder, join us tomorrow night beginning at 5:45 with our pregame coverage of the semifinals. We'll have Sikeston and Notre Dame in the early game, and then Dexter taking on Poplar Bluff in the late game. 6 and 7:30, those are slated to begin. Tonight's games are brought to you by First State Community Bank, by Focus Bank, and by Farm Credit. Want to thank our entire crew this evening. Our producer, statistician Luke Carter, our director, Spencer Magruder, of course, Tyler Lassiter down on the graphics, Hannah Thurman on social media. She will be joining us again for studio coverage tomorrow. For my partners, Tommy Jacobs and Darren Scott, Joe Northern saying so long from the Fieldhouse, where the semifinals are set on both sides, and we will see you tomorrow night. Good night, everybody.